Good evening. I'm looking at two of my allies, mentors from the Air Force Academy and both from the Air Force Academy. This is a joyous moment for me. It's the opening of the 31st, I can't say annual since we did 2 in 1 year, covert action and foreign policy imperatives for the next presidency when George Bush the Elder was running. But the 31st, let's just say annual International Symposium. This year it is what we intended originally to call the future of Europe. When I was at Sciences Po during the summer in July, that seemed apt. Then when I went back and visited my friends at Oxford and SOAS about a month ago, I had to revise this. Uwe, you had suggested we call this Europe in morass. I settled on Europe in turmoil, and that's been challenged. But this is quite a time to do this. People are well aware in this audience about Cameron and Brexit, and it's a highly propitious and serendipitous time, as many of these themes have been, to convene. So this is Europe in turmoil, and you have been experiencing EPIIC in turmoil. It is chaos. We sometimes love chaos. We think we can make order out of chaos. And as such, I have jocularly over the years assigned my emails the demiurge. This is particularly joyous for me because it's the convening of so many friends and people, as it classically is. And I'd like to bring up our Provost, Harris, to introduce this forum, and then we'll start the proceedings. David?
Good evening, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you this evening. I bring greetings on behalf of President Monaco and Tufts University. Unfortunately, President Monaco couldn't be with us this evening. He was called out of town suddenly, but he will be with us tomorrow and looks forward to greeting everyone then and to speaking with you. I want to start with some gratitude. I want to thank the Bendenson family for everything they do for Tufts and for IGL, and in particular this symposium. And Bobby's been a great friend of the university as a trustee, and Bobby and Joanne I've gotten to know very well on the international board, and even gotten to know Bobby's mom some as well. So thank you for everything that you do. I want to also thank the Carnegie Foundation. I thank the Carnegie Foundation for its unprecedented support of IGL, for, as Sherman, where'd he go?
Right there.
Oh, there he is. For as I've heard, as Sherman has said to me, Carnegie, and you may say it later, may have said already, that Carnegie sort of said, we don't really support programs like this. But after seeing what IGL is and seeing EPIIC, said, we want to be part of this. And then after saying that, came back and said, we'd like to be part of that a little more. And so I want to thank Carnegie for its support of IGL and of EPIIC. And I also want to thank the IGL External Advisory Board. Work closely with them, and in particular with the Executive Committee. Bill Meserve, I saw Bill over here. Jeff Bloom, where's Jeff? I saw him. Bobby Benson again. Worked a lot with Sherman, and this is the group that ends up advising Sherman and advising the IGL on many aspects, financial aspects, but also substantive aspects. And it's always a lot of fun in those board meetings, and you know, the time of the board meeting is just a recommendation. It's about how long it might last. Lots of great conversations about substantive world topics. And so thank you for everything you do as well for IGL. Now, some of you know Tufts very well. Some of you have been with Tufts far longer than I have. But some of you, I imagine this is probably your first time up on the Hill, Tufts University. So by way of greeting you and welcoming you to Tufts and to EPIIC and IGL, let me just say a little bit about Tufts and its connection with IGL. At Tufts, we refer to this place as a student-centered research university. A student-centered research university, what does that mean? And one way to describe this is Tufts is the kind of place where you will know your faculty, and your faculty will be known to the world. So you'll know the faculty, but they'll be known to the world. There's a lot of places where you might know the faculty. There's a lot of places where they might be known to the world. But there aren't a lot of places where both those things are true. And within that, we complete our strategic plan, and don't worry, I won't go through the whole strategic plan. But there's 3 themes I just want to call out, and you see the connection of the core of Tufts University to IGL. The first is enabling and integrating transformational experiences. The second is engaging and celebrating commonalities and differences. And last is creating innovative approaches to local and global challenges. So IGL appears in the strategic plan. It doesn't appear under every theme, but it could. But it's a big university, so you have to spread it around. But let me just quickly remark very briefly on IGL and each of those themes. Transformational experiences. We certainly hear this all the time, and I'm sure every student could get up here and talk to us. I was just talking to some of them about the transformational experiences they're having as part of IGL as EPIIC, but also the incredible experiences people have through the research trips and other kinds of trips they have abroad. And Gary's here, PNDP, the work that those students do. These are clearly transformational experiences that are changing them for a lifetime from their connection to IGL. The second one, engaging and celebrating commonalities and differences. Well, the third element of that is actually developing a global strategy for Tufts University. Tufts University, and especially the Fletcher School where we are here, has been engaged in the world, but not in a coordinated, strategic way. Part of that is about making sure that our students, our faculty, our staff are out in the world, but just as importantly, making sure that the world comes to Tufts. And it's hard to think of a better example of that than this symposium, and all the students and all the folks who come from around the world to be with us for these days at Tufts. And lastly, innovative approaches to local and global challenges. An important part of that is entrepreneurship and developing an innovation and entrepreneurship center at Tufts. And when you think, what is entrepreneurship? One of the best definitions I've heard, it's about people who say, choose me, and I will make things happen instead of sitting back and waiting for things to occur. And I think, again, the students might resonate with that a little bit about the culture of IGL. So before I return to my seat to enjoy the rest of the evening with all of you, I have one other thing to do, and it's a great pleasure to introduce, and it's sort of funny because he's been here, but it's okay, to introduce the man who's behind all of this, Sherman Teichman. So as you know, Sherman's the founding director of IGL, and if you haven't heard, it's interesting to ask Sherman, so how did IGL happen? And it's like many things in life, it was not that he had a plan at age 30 years ago, so you were like age 12 or 14 or whatever that was, right, Sherman? It's not that... Thank you. Yes, exactly. It was at his bar mitzvah. He came up with the idea for, no, he didn't. It's something that evolved over time, and it's evolved into this that's affected so many lives in such positive ways. So this is Sherman's, he's retiring at the end of this year, and so there will be many opportunities over the next several months as Sherman works to talk with all of us about the most exciting events of the day and ideas for future EPIIC symposiums and so forth. And we'll listen and we'll engage. And people will also take that opportunity to tell him just how important he's been to them over the last 30 years and how much IGL has meant to them. But let me, Sherman, just leave my portion with one comment. And I think it's sort of the highest form of praise you can have as an educator and as an academic. It's as we conducted surveys with alums, and as I talk to people, and with all sincerity, there is no one that I've come upon at Tufts University in my 3.5 years who's had as big a positive impact on as many people as you have. Congratulations.
The first thing is I'm not retiring. I am stepping onto a global stage and bringing the concept of emeritus, I hope, to a burnished level, and interacting with the community that I love so much, and to create the reciprocities that will enhance Tufts and enhance the Institute and vitiate the community that we've tried to breed here for 3 decades. But I am formally stepping aside. So this is a very strange moment for me. And I wondered emotionally what I would feel at this particular moment. And I feel exultation. Because it's been yet again another remarkable class of EPIIC and another remarkable year, which is still to move forward until the end of June, of fantastic students, fantastic experiences with friends and faculty. And this is one culminating moment. This is the public moment, the public face of education for public inquiry and international citizenship. And there are so many people to thank. but that's a ludicrous and absolutely fathomless, bottomless reality. I could spend the 5 hours that we're going to spend here this evening, you've been forewarned, thanking people. But that will happen on the 7th of May, when very kindly the offices of the President and Provost are supporting the gala celebration, which will bring people from all over the world to celebrate 30 years and to build and strengthen the reciprocities, the interstices, all of the connectivity that this community represents. And it is truly global. There are close to 70 students from 14 universities from around the world. There are several hundred students who will come here, people rather, panelists and others who will be here ultimately by the closure of this on Sunday afternoon. And this is a very strange moment. I'm not sure if Patricia from Carnegie is here. Patricia, are you here? She had to leave, okay. She wondered how I would feel about this. She said, isn't it going to be a bittersweet moment? And I looked at her, and I wasn't sure what that could possibly mean. I looked up the word, because bitter really doesn't belong in this equation. The sweetness belongs in this equation. That's what it feels like. Because of the community of our board, our students, our friends, it's just delightful. And I know that this is going to continue. And I know that my successor is going to be a magnificent person, whomever that person will be. And because of the nature of this community, will be enhanced by that person's presence, and that community will grow and thrive. So this is EPIIC. I'd ask you to take a look at the inside cover of your program, if I might. What you can see here are 30 years of themes. It's what I've come to call conundrum issues. And I can remember the first year when we convened international terrorism in 1986, and people wondered what we were doing. Why international terrorism? It was one of the first intellectual academic gatherings. We brought in the first Glock pistol through the ill-advised secret security that, of course, doesn't pick up plastic. We had incredible folks here, and all of this is on the archives page. And we did then what I thought was, wow, 20 years since the West Bank and Gaza on that anniversary. And I began to realize that what we were doing was really convening what we have now called conundrum issues. Over the years, when I've tried to explain the vertical theme of this effort, it's been twofold. The evolution of the concept of security, and we had a remarkable and ongoing professional workshop on security in Europe, which this morning concentrated on human security. And the tension, the concerns that I felt with the whole concept of sovereignty, Westphalian sovereignty versus human sovereignty and human rights. And so, of course, Europe and Westphalia makes a great deal of sense, and the tension of human and civil rights makes a great deal of sense. And when I chose the theme of Europe a few years ago, I did not anticipate this. I knew that we were having a Euro crisis. I knew in 2009 we were already facing this, and the OECD at 2012 called it one of the worst disasters for the global economy. But I did not anticipate what we're facing now. EPIIC's forums that you're now participating in derive from a year-long educational effort by our students and advisors. We demand much of our students. They work diligently, and they challenge us. We expect our institute students to be able to suspend their preconceptions, to be willing to struggle and transcend their identities. We challenge them to recognize that Manichaean and ideological thinking is sterile, that to engage with the world effectively as intelligent, nuanced risk-takers, they need to accept ambiguity, embrace complexity. Our themes are inherently discomforting. We do not avoid controversy, but we have created safe space for intellectual discourse, for vigorous disagreement, for contrarian viewpoints. And I think you've witnessed that in our forums. 24 years ago, 30 years ago was international terrorism. In '92, 24 years ago, our forum was international security, the environmental dimension. 18 years ago, in 1998, we convened the forum Exodus and Exile, 18 years ago. refugees, migration, and global security. And we concentrated on internally displaced peoples, the most vulnerable. And Mark Miller, then the editor of the International Journal on Migration, blessed us with a really beautiful editorial calling it EPIIC, a tour de force, and suggested that some foundation adopt us and create the global network that we've managed to establish. And Carnegie came along 3 years ago, indeed, just as David had indicated, and has given us the appellation as the proven breeding ground for the creation of the next generation of leadership. And that's a beautiful mantle and a beautiful challenge. These topics that I have chosen persist. And the reason that this community is so vibrant is because our students and our alumni constantly interact with us and think back about the themes that they thought about, because these issues persist. And looking back on my 3 decades here, I have to ruefully acknowledge that many of these issues have not significantly improved. Rather, they have increased in their intensity and their complexity. We clearly understand that their challenges are more acute than ever. And I might call your attention to 1991, confronting political and social evil. Or more importantly, given what we're facing right now, 2006, on the politics of fear. So it's been, as I say, a rueful reflection. But there is one very positive part to this altogether. I am very confident that we have achieved our Institute's objectives and its mission to educate young leaders to make wise and ethical decisions. They choose to immerse themselves in often contentious issues that we address, and they live up to the motto that's inscribed on the entrance door of our Institute, to think beyond boundaries, to act across borders. And once again, you're going to meet this year in your midst a number of them who are participating, because we are a close community and our alumni fulfill their responsibilities to mentor and engage each successive Institute class. This year, there are 6 that are interesting. One of them is the Director of Defense and Security Committee of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Another is a Senior Lecturer in International Relations and Director of the Cyber Studies Program at Oxford. Hey, how about that? When we did environmental security, we turned out the lights, because it turned out those lights, that energy comes from the Cree Indians, all the way up in Great Whale. And that year we were looking at indigenous peoples. It was the year of the indigenous people. And at that time, while we're facing secession issues in Europe, at that point, the Quebecois were very interested in seceding from Canada. And the Cree Indians were absolutely delighted with that idea, because then the Cree Indians would secede and they would control our electric lights here. Okay, so I don't know why that went down, but there you go. The bottom line is there is a wonderful person here who's the Executive Director of Libraries Without Borders that works with the United Nations Refugee Agency, the founder and director of a nonprofit organization that builds local tech communities in world cities. Its mission is economic development through technological proliferation. It's called Hacker Nest. We have an emergency response coordinator from the Zaatari refugee camp working with Syrian refugees, who's now taking a leave and taking his master's at the University in London on Faculty of Brain Sciences to look at cognitive psychology and extremism, a Fulbright Fellow. And we have a former Marine Corps captain had been with USAID and the Office of Foreign Disaster Assistant. I'm not leaving their names in here because if I would identify them, it would make it too easy for you. Find out who they are and figure out what that's about. Enjoy your time with them and enjoy your time with the current class. I want to give, this is my last words, I'm concluding, my deepest thanks to my students of this year and my alumni who've gathered, to my faculty friends, to our panelists, all who have come here for no honorarium, never have come for honorarium, not a dime, nor a shekel, nor anything else in 30 years. Pretty extraordinary to really feel what education can be about and what a community can be about. So our shout out to the EPIIC class of 2015, my great, great gratitude to you. You might as well stay standing because I really owe a great deal of gratitude to my colleague since she was a student in 1988, who's been with me throughout all of this, created not the chaos, but the order and the intellectual firmament and all of the framework, Heather Barry. I can't do the math, but it's at least almost 3 decades as well. And to the staff who made all of this possible, Mike and Jacob and Rebecca and Jesse, and this is where I get screwed up. I will forget people here, but and the wonderful person who very specifically is responsible for the hackathon, because what's going on here on Saturday, if you take a look at your program, is the last effort to leverage knowledge into outcomes. And so I'm looking at, who am I looking at there? What's your name? What's your name? Danielle Cadenow. How fantastic. She's the person who brought together the people you heard for the last panel, the people who leverage outcomes, and did a special merger between the reality of theory and practice. That's enough of me. It has been a blessing for 3 decades, and they're going to continue. This is just one huge continuity, and the community is vibrant, and I'm just stepping aside for what I would imagine is going to be a magnificent successor. Thank you very much. Whatever happens last is best. So my wife and my son who are here, thank you for all the support and loving this. That's where I'll cheer up you guys, who have been the real essence of my life, and I love you deeply. So while I talk about having kids, and there are thousands of you, I have one son and one wife, and they are the emotional heart of my life. To you, love you. I'm supposed to do something now, and I have to introduce somebody, and I can't remember. Oh, yes. Come on up, Maria. Come on up. One of our wonderful students who's been chosen to introduce this wonderful class. You're going to introduce yourself, Miss Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. After Sherman and the provost, come on. Good evening. While I was thinking about how to address all of you, about how to introduce our symposium, I realized that if I did this in a very formal manner, I'd probably be betraying the essence of EPIIC as a class. After all, EPIIC is this class in which a lecturer visits 20 of us students, and be this lecturer a renowned professor, a researcher, an activist, and then he or she sits down with us in a semicircle and just casually discusses about the matter that he or she knows best. So before our lecturers begin to speak, Sherman usually asks them to give us a brief intellectual bio. So I decided I would start the same way. But since I don't have a bachelor's degree yet, I'm going to give you a personal bio. My name is Maria Ferraz. I'm 22 years old. I'm Brazilian, and I transferred to Tufts last fall from University of São Paulo in Brazil. I'm a junior majoring in quantitative economics. I made the wise decision to drop my English 1 class for EPIIC on my very first week here. A good friend of mine told me that I too was an EPIIC kid. She was right. It seemed too late to enroll, so I wrote Sherman an email in which I told them something similar to the bio that I just gave to you, adding that I had lived in Germany and that I wanted to learn more about Europe. So the next morning, I get a reply from him. Arranged to come in early this morning. It was past 9 a.m., so I darted to the IGL, half asleep, where upon arrival, he gave me this piece of paper. I'm going to read it to you. very quickly. The purpose of this is to have an understanding of everyone's general level of knowledge coming into the EPIIC class. So, I start reading. Identify and cite the significance of 1 through 25. Petro Poroshenko, Wolfgang Schauble, Mario Draghi, Charles de Gaulle, Srebrenica, Treaty of Rapallo, National Front Party, Schlieffenplan, Mitteleuropa. And at this point, I'm thinking to myself, Maria's level of knowledge, 0. I had heard of Charles de Gaulle, of course. I had even been to Charles de Gaulle, the airport. But I'm thinking, that's probably not the answer that he wants to hear from me. So, as if Sherman was reading my thoughts, or perhaps my face, he told me, don't worry, kiddo, by the end of the semester, you'll know all of them. Pretty soon it became clear to me that most of us were level 0 in general knowledge, especially when it came to Russia. But luckily, we were soon rescued from this state by Professor Mitchell Orenstein, thank you for that, who in one weekend started from scratch and gave us a full scenario on Russia, including themes such as internal ideologies, economics, secret services, and so many others. Another, I think, very interesting, captivating, and informative class was Professor Mark Blight's on austerity measures adopted by European governments. As an aspiring economist, I don't know if I fully agree with him, and I say that with complete respect for his work. But I guess that's okay because on the first week, Sherman told me that it would be okay for me not to agree with every idea because I wasn't there to be told what to think. I was there to be exposed to ideas that would often be conflicting. While Professors Orenstein and Blythe brought us politics and economics respectively, Professor Margareta Matache taught us about the issue of ethnicity, recognition, and identity with the Roma people. We were astonished by how little we knew about the Roma, even myself, who discovered that my own country had communities in its own territory. Professor Mark Miller, and I know you're sitting here somewhere, I can't see you, but you're here, also approached the human side of the European story. He presented us with many questions, including whether or not immigrants should vote. He argues that they should. And I have to say, this was a fuel for many debates after class. But the aim of this class wasn't just to expose us to knowledge and inform us, because every class, every theme had ethical questions attached to them. How do we ensure equality to some of Europe's most vulnerable minorities? How can we avoid moral hazard without hurting even more people in the process? How do we keep everyone safe without jeopardizing an order or political position? So the underlying goal of EPIIC was to truly teach us the concept of ethics and to give us the tools and the freedom to apply them in order to solve Europe's key conflicts the best possible way. But really, this transcends Europe because being ethical is relevant every day. In our very first week, Sherman said, and I'm quoting because I got that down, there are many intelligent people in this world, there are many of them, but intelligence isn't all there is. Mussolini was intelligent, Hitler was intelligent, but in reality, what we need is intelligence and ethics. That is what we're here for. I want to thank our lecturers and panelists and all visiting international delegations for contributing to our symposium. I want to thank Tufts and the IGL, especially Heather and Mike, without whom I doubt we could have survived. I know I speak on behalf of my EPIIC class, but I still want to thank each one of you for those crazy dinners, outward bound, and for trying to learn from and understand your peers, even if a third of us comes from different cultures. Thank you for your friendship. Now, Sherman, who are you? Can you please identify yourself? I want to thank you for your jocular tantrum, for your fulcrum, your prolepsis, and for sharing your serendipity with us. As you're leaving Tufts this year, I could just stay here and congratulate you for everything. But what I really want to say to you is that I'm eager to see what you're going to accomplish over the next 30 years. Because judging by what you did over the last 30, I'm sure it's going to be incredible. On this note, and in your honor, this is my best attempt at reproducing a Sherman sentence. Over these 4 days, we'll be thinking about Europe's urgent concerns together. Some of these concerns include the refugee crisis, Eurozone's financial crisis, radical right movements, Brexit, Grexit, Catalonian exit, and thus we'll be discussing the bright or obscure future of Europe in turmoil. Welcome to our symposium.
This is indeed a special evening and a special class, one of, oh God. Let's get serious. I have to get serious. We have extraordinary people in our midst. I want to acknowledge first the General, the Lord David Julian Richards of Herstmonceux, the former Chief of Defense Staff of the British Armed Forces, a military strategic advisor to the British government, otherwise known now finally as David. Sir? David will be acknowledged and honored at a very special evening, Saturday evening, which is the 10th anniversary of one of our other programs, Allies, Alliance Linking Leaders in Education and the Services, which is why you see in your midst cadets and midshipmen from the academies, and welcome to Annapolis and West Point and to North Georgia. Welcome to a new seedling. Even though my name is Sherman, welcome. It is now time for a special moment. The Bennetson family has been extraordinary. Bobby, whenever he refers to me as a force of nature, I laugh. Because the real force of nature, and he's volatile, is Bobby Bennetson. And I'm asking Bobby to come up and help us award with Thoran, one of our students from Iceland, one of the Robert and Joanne Bennetson Public Diplomacy Awards, to a remarkable man, Hasan Nahanovic. So Thoran, if you would come forward. This is a critical moment for us in acknowledging the world and ethics and reality. Please come forward, sir.
It's truly an honor and privilege to present Mr. Hasan Nahanovic with the Robert and Joanne Bennetson Public Diplomacy Award. And for those who don't know his incredible story, he was working as a translator for Dutch peacekeepers in Srebrenica, a UN safe haven during the Bosnian War. When the Bosnian Serb army attacked Srebrenica, Mr. Nahanovic and his family and 30,000 others sought refuge at a UN base at Potocari. After negotiations, the refugees were ordered to leave, but Mr. Nahanovic's work contract with the UN allowed him to stay behind. His pleas of allowing his parents and brother to remain with him at the base were dismissed, and all 3 members of his family were among the 8,000 Bosniaks killed by the Serbs on July 13, 1995. Since the end of the Bosnian War, Mr. Nahanovic has done extremely important work to ensure that the truth about the genocide and the failure of the international community will not be forgotten. He has helped bring perpetrators of violence to justice by giving evidence at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia at The Hague. He has advocated for those who have lost their loved ones by establishing the Srebrenica Genocide Memorial at Potocari, as well as working with organizations such as Mothers of Srebrenica in Sarajevo and the Women of Srebrenica in Tuzla. His legal case against the Netherlands ensured that members of the international community who had the power and obligation to intervene were held responsible. In 2002, he brought a case in the Netherlands, which came to a conclusion in 2013, when the Dutch Supreme Court said that the Dutch state could be held responsible for the death of his family. He has written a chronology of the events at Srebrenica, under the UN flag, in which he examines the responsibility and guilt of members of the international community who were either direct participants on the ground or indirectly influenced or were capable of influencing those events, but failed to fulfill their commitments to protect the Bosnian Muslim population of the besieged safe area. One Bosnian journalist has called him the Eli Wiesel of Bosnia in reference to another genocide survivor. It is horrifying that today, European nations and members of the international community can indeed be accused of discarding their commitment to the very same human rights that institutions like the UN were formed to protect. Additionally, it's important to note that genocide is the revolting result of the devaluation of human life and dignity, and the memory of genocide can never be forgotten lest we stand idly by again and neglect other people's suffering and their quest for truth and justice. And it is the work of Mr. Nuhanovic that ensures that that won't happen again, with his remarkable effort for the pursuit of peace and the admirable quest for justice. And I would also like to invite down Ms. Joanne Benditson and the Bosnian ambassador to the US, Mr. Haris Hele, excuse me, down to present Mr. Nuhanovic with his award. Thank you. Can I just read the inscription of the award, please? The Robert and Joanne Benditson Public Diplomacy Award, presented to Hasan Nuhanovic in recognition of your courage and determination in your ethical struggle to expose truth about Srebrenica and heal and restore dignity to its survivors and their families.
There is the subject of the Srebrenica genocide will be discussed tomorrow, I think at 3:30, so we can meet again and discuss this subject more extensively. I would only like at this time to express my gratitude to Mr. Sherman and Mr. Benenson and his family, to IGL, to the Tufts University, and everybody else who has been involved in the organization of this very important symposium. And I would like this award to remind us all about all of the Srebrenica genocide victims. Thank you.
Trying to. I think it's Lucas. This is a very special moment for me.
Good evening, everyone. I suppose, Sherman, there's a hidden story of European integration in my own record. And so the question has come up for me a lot, of how it is that I ended up doing this brief, but for me extraordinary, mix of experiences in between my studies. And it very much has to do, I think, Sherman, with your life example and your call to action, with the ethos and the motto of this program, now celebrating its 30th year, which, and you have it written down over there, is thinking beyond boundaries, acting across borders. I remember a time when we were thinking and celebrating about the 10 years of EPIIC, and now it's 30. It happens to you all. But also, perhaps the motivation for me was very much to do with the tragic story of Stanley Hoffman's early years. His description of his mother and himself becoming, when France fell to the Germans in 1940, in his words, two small dots in that incredible and mindless mass of 10 million people clogging the roads of France. That experience and his later admonitions to me when I was an undergraduate student of his made me understand that the grain of optimism that prevailed amongst a lot of young European minds of my generation was perhaps misplaced, and that no, security in our times in Europe cannot be had and sustained so easily. And I think that recent events, whether you go back to the Madrid train bombings or the London underground bombings, or the refugee crisis, the annexation of Crimea, and whatever will come next, and it will come, I think prove that this early intuition that I've been developing for a while has unfortunately been a correct one. What I remember most dearly about Stanley was the ease of access to his company and therefore inevitably to his knowledge. And I'll tell the simple story of my first exchange with him. So I was thinking, how is it that that lowest of university creatures, the aspiring junior student who wants to write a long undergraduate thesis with a university professor and wants to therefore absorb all of his free time, gains access to such a person? And I guessed correctly that this was not a man who read emails. So what I did is I wrote him a very long letter, a tract really, about what I wanted to do and why I wanted to write about ethics and international relations. An oxymoron, he would later tell me, but not discouragingly, because after all, he had written one of the principal texts on the question of duties beyond borders, and that, in fact, is its title. And the technique worked wonderfully. I got a call a couple days later with an acceptance of my proposal. Thereafter, I don't recall a single time that it was difficult or impossible to reach Stanley. So there's a lesson for today's youth, amongst those of you who are also aspiring undergraduate students and want to reach or gain the attentions of the highest faculty members who, to purloin a phrase from Churchill, are in the internet age but not of it, right? And that's to write to them in their own medium, pen and paper. So realizing that this technique had worked so wonderfully, I later used it on Calypso. when I wanted to prepare a plan for my doctoral thesis in Oxford. And no doubt she will remember the long letter I sent her from a frigid barracks in a northeastern corner of Europe. And we are indeed here today, not just to celebrate the life and the example of Stanley Hoffman in this symposium, but also, I believe, to give an award, right, Sherman, to Professor Calypso Nicolaitis. And I have been assigned the task of introducing her. She is a truly transatlantic European, having studied in the doctorate and teaching as an associate professor at Harvard for about 10 years before relocating to Oxford. And she has a distinguished record of policy influence, having advised former Greek Prime Minister George Papandreou on European affairs since 1996, having worked on the Amsterdam Treaty, chaired the international group of expert advisors on the Convention for the Future of Europe and the Greek presidency. A group, by the way, that Stanley Hoffman also participated in. She worked with the European Commission on the White Paper on Governance and other international organizations, including the OECD. Her academic record, of course, is also extraordinary. She has published in numerous journals on European constitutional debates, EU relations with Turkey and the Mediterranean, issues of identity, justice, and cooperation in the international system, sources of legitimacy in European and global governance, preventative diplomacy, dispute resolution, and so forth. She's also written or edited numerous volumes, including most recently a book by the title of Echoes of Empire. In her prolific scholarship, in her style of thinking, and in her caring temperament, she, like many others who I also see in this hall who have worked or been with or been close friends of Stanley, is in a way the successor of his legacy. Like him, she writes, and this is now my characterization of her mind, in search not of timeless laws of political behavior, as so many political scientists do, but of deep historical meanings. And she, and now I'm using the words of Stanley Hoffman when he was describing his own mentor, Raymond Aron, she plunges theory into history in order to prevent theory from ever going beyond the teachings of history and from becoming more rigid and more prescriptive than history allows. She's famous among our Oxford colleagues for her convening and conciliatory powers. Powers that, of course, Europe could do very well with today. And I want to end on this note, on the question of the future of the European project, which we've been hearing about and which we'll hear more about tonight. It's no doubt under an enormous degree of strain. And it may well be that the greatest dangers to the project are not Russia, the refugee crisis, or even the question of Britain. It may be that the greatest danger is instead the passing away of the war generation, Stanley's generation. The people who remember in their own lives why Europe unified in the first place. Calypso's generation was the generation of the Great Leap Forward in many ways. Single European market, Maastricht's Treaty of European Union, and so forth. And I do wonder whether my generation and the generation of those of us who are in our 30s and 20s will be the generation of disillusion and disillusion. I think I'm right in saying that Stanley would lament that outcome were it to transpire. Because indeed the European project is worth rescuing. Graham Allison said earlier today that it's the greatest political project since the founding fathers established this country. I would go even further. I would say it's the greatest political project ever in human affairs. Because the splintering and the creation of sovereignties is something that has happened quite a bit in history. But the successful fusion or partial fusion of sovereignties is far rarer and far grander. I think, no doubt we will hear dissenting voices tonight. So, to receive the Jean Mayer Award and to speak to us about Europe's present and its future, I call to the podium Professor Calypso Nicolaitis. She, together with Stanley, the two of them represent two enormous dots on my road of intellectual formation.
Yeah, I'll read the inscription, I guess. That's true. Can I do that? In recognition of your brilliant scholarship, ethical policy impact, and passionate effort to create a European Union, an international governance system of deep diversity, legitimacy, and justice.
It's written in very small print.
I wanted to say even more. Of course.
Thank you.
Oops.
Thank you, Lucas, for your very kind words, and indeed for being my co-conspirator in Oxford in creating the first cyber studies program in a political science department in the world. But thank you also, Lucas, for being my #1 E-European, for having helped me keep the link with Stanley through virtual Skype through all the last few years. And I'm eternally grateful to you for this. And thank you, friends from Tufts and beyond. I'm honored and thrilled by the task you've given me today to speak in the spirit of two great men, Jean Mayer and Stanley Hoffman. And in their spirit, I would like to suggest that any conversation about the future of Europe, future there might be, is best conducted in the fulcrum of the idea of global citizenship, which has been at the heart and the hallmark of EPIIC, as we've heard tonight so much in the last 30 years under your great leadership, Sherman. And I raise my glass to this amazing contribution you've made to our world of scholarship and studentship. Now, Jean Mayer and Stanley Hoffman, who held each other in very high esteem, had much in common, you know. And maybe that which they had in common indeed testified to the many meanings of global citizenship that you've explored over the last 30 years. They were both forged, as we've heard, in the fire of war, a past which has always seemed to underpin the debt that their present were trying to pass on to the future. And doesn't global citizenship rely both on the memory and the transcendence of the crimes that we have committed against each other in this world? They both left a France they loved to become thoroughly native here in Cambridge. And indeed, if you think of it, there is no contradiction, is there, between local and global citizenship if we can truly live, as most of us in this room, as rooted cosmopolitans. Both men believed passionately that scholarship thrived when addressing really pressing world problems, as we've heard. Jean, hunger and poverty. Stanley, war and injustice. And what they did was not to act through exhortation, as Stanley would say, but through real engagement. And both men, again, we've heard so much of it today, put education and their commitment to the species of studenthood at the very heart and above all else in their life. Yes, EPIIC is the proof. There is no better foundation for global citizenship than the commitment to education. Now, I too, as Lucas was just saying, came to Cambridge in search of greener pastures more than 3 decades ago. I too, like Jean and Stanley, tried hard but failed to completely lose my funny French accent as I became an honorary citizen of this country. But I'm not a Frenchman. As my 7-year-old daughter told me when I became a wise man, "Mom, how can you be a wise man? I don't think you're a man, and you're certainly not wise." So I'm not a Frenchman. I call myself a Parisian and a Mediterranean, a multi-route cosmopolitan, as I know many of you in this room are. I did not, alas, meet Jean Mayer when I came here, but he was a friend of my father, my neurobiologist father, who has now told me many stories of how they dedicated entire evening to discussing glucostatic theory on one hand and the merits of Aristotle's essentialism on the other, all in the same time. Now, Stanley was another story. And although I did arrive here in Cambridge determined not to hang out with my fellow Greek and French citizens, this was not to be, as I came in the ambit of Stanley Hoffman's inspiration. And so for the last 30 years, Stanley was my brilliant friend, as Elena Ferrante would say, my co-teacher, and along with my wonderful friend, his beautiful wife, Inge Hoffman, who's with us tonight, they became my kids' godparents and their inspiration too. So it's because, like so many others in this room, I witnessed Stanley's very personal bond and dedication to so many generations of students. And because also, like Lucas, I mourn the passing of a generation that has known the war, that I hope to help, in my humble way, keep the link alive between him and you, the next generation of leaders, who I believe has much more in common with the Stanleys in this world than many of our current leaders in today's world. You are the E-Europeans who can put this transgenerational wisdom to use for the sake of Europe 2.0, 3.0, we lose track. Now, Stanley often preferred to tell stories than build grand theories and generalizations. So let me start with a story. This is a story that many of his old friends know, but for all of those of you in the room who have not met Stanley, you can listen to it in full in a documentary which I filmed in 2012 when along with Inge and my family, we celebrated Christmas together in Brockport, and I encouraged Stanley to share some of his crucial memories of the 30s and of his time during the war. And in the film, I won't show you this part because it's in French and we didn't quite have time to do the subtitles. In the film, he tells us how he and his mother had to flee in a village, in a little village between 43 and 45 called La Malou-les-Bains. You can find it on a map north of Marseille. And they found themselves in this village occupied by a bunch of German soldiers who were just hardly older than him, 16-year-old. And Stanley tells the story of how he and his mothers were the only ones to speak German. And so they would discreetly, they were hiding in different places in the village, but they would manage to discreetly walk behind the wall where these young men would read these terrible letters telling them about the news from home, the bombardments, the destruction, the death. And they would listen discreetly, and then they would recount the content of the letters to the villagers whom they knew. And those villagers, in turn, would tell those stories to their sons who were in the maquis, in the mountains surrounding La Malou-les-Bains, and who, when they heard that, decided not to shoot, never to try to shoot at these young German soldiers who had received all this bad news. So when the village was liberated in 1945, Stanley says not one drop of blood was shed. Not one drop. And who knows, you know, I was thinking maybe Jean and Stanley crossed paths at that moment, because as I'm sure every one of you knows, Jean had been, was a few years older than Stanley, was in the underground and participated in the liberation of the south of France exactly at that moment. Now, at the end of the film, I asked Stanley to conclude. I asked Stanley to draw some lessons for us of the story he has told me. And this is what he says. Some last thoughts.
Some last thoughts. War is a horrible thing.
War is a horrible thing. Still, in spite of all this.
Yeah. And I can't help but think that the fact that while there were some absolutely dreadful cases, which everybody knows, Ohadu and so on, with the Gestapo and the SS killing innocent people in large quantities, the fact is that in many cases that did not take place. And I think it somehow made the Franco-German reconciliation much easier. That there must have been some young Germans who came back saying, well, they didn't kill us, they could have. And I think it was
You think those young Germans were numerous enough that they made a difference?
Well, they knew what could have happened to them because there were the counterexamples in some of the cases. And the French policy, actually, this was under the first de Gaulle, and de Gaulle were quite keen on preserving the future, so to speak. Of course, they wanted a defeated Germany, but they thought that.
You think they were behaving in this way to prepare the post-war?
I don't think
that
they
would not
consciously did, but I think for people, I think for de Gaulle probably yes, because he had been a war prisoner in World War I. He was a great admirer of German capacities, and if he looked at the map, which I'm sure he did, he realized that ultimately the French and the Germans had more in common, alas, than the French and the British. That they were both, in a sense, defeated countries.
I would like to show you the whole film, but you can find it on YouTube. And I ask, can this testimony inspire new generations who witness their own wars and atrocities today to believe in the possibility of a more ethical world, malgré tout, as Stanley would have said? I hope that at least Stanley's abiding optimism might be contagious in the way in which he recalls some of the deep humanity that was left even at the end of such a terrible war, in which perhaps in some strange way prepared for reconciliation after the war. And, much later with his characteristic style, Stanley wrote of this experience that it left me with a lifelong fierce preoccupation with world wars. And again, to make myself very clear, I do not like them. That's how Stanley wrote. And as a result, he spent his life trying to understand a century which in its first half witnessed a collapse of all the restraint put on war in the previous 2 centuries. Just war, the law of wars, and all of that. And in its second half, went into a frantic search for new and more drastic restraints still. And indeed, this search led inter alia to the birth of the European Union, a project, Stanley would say, somewhere between a Hobbesian moral floor and a Kantian ceiling, which Stanley spent a lot of his life dissecting. And this leads us back then to our question about Europe's future, this Europe in turmoil, beset by doom, and a tsunami of crisis, which you've discussed in many of the panels of this conference. And perhaps we ask, alas, perhaps the question is not more or less Europe anymore, but Europe still? Will it survive? Now, my argument today is that 70 years after the story of La Malou-les-Bains, a Europe where the promise of reconciliation seemed to have been fulfilled, is faced with the question, the critical question, whether we have lost that precious quality which we find in the film, but which was also Stanley's quality in his capacity to put himself in the shoes of others with different ideologies, were they the realist or the idealist, and to always enter into conversations between viewpoints. And this, indeed, quality is empathy and its ripple effect. Empathy is about entering the other, not like sympathy or compassion, which stays apart. Of course, it's become a buzzword today and is increasingly studied in social and political science. And indeed, how can we not be inspired by the findings in biological evolution, where we have come to understand that it is perhaps because humans were able to internalize their mutual goal so well that they could then coordinate complex activities leading to leaps in evolution for our species. So yes, without empathy, scientists tell us, your brain volume would be very, very tiny, along with your capacity for cooperation. Empathy, which is best grown through leaps of imagination, arts, and novel. And Stanley adored them in scores. Indeed, in the global village where we now live, the range of our mediated experiences has grown so much that maybe we've not automatically become global citizens, but we're all neighbors of sorts. We're all neighbors, but yet we still have to confront that clash which defined human history between nomads and settlers. A lot of what we go through today is yet again an echo of that clash. And so, because different people meet each other in strange places, the challenge for us today in Europe is to translate this quality of empathy in our institutions, in our rules, in our politics. And how do we do that? Andreas raised this question yesterday. How do we do this in this cramped space that is Europe, and which calls for the E-Europeans, E for empathy also, to reinvent the code of empathy? Now, this is a long story and an ambitious one. I think it is the challenge for Europe of tomorrow. I want to give you 7 precepts in bullet points. First, let's never forget that the European Union was built by bringing together clusters of organized empathy that we call nation states, which are the training school, really, of empathy for strangers. For better or for worse, this is how we learned it. And Stanley spent a long time in his life thinking about national diversity, peculiarities, traits, which he described brilliantly, read his wonderful book, European Sisyphus, where he explained that while there is nothing eternal or inevitable about nations, we must firmly distinguish, on one hand, the national, objective national situation and national consciousness of subjects from, on the other hand, nationalism. And that the latter is really a perversion of that national consciousness, because national consciousness is the first thing that led power to be forced to deal with people as citizens and not subjects. And it's this fine line between national consciousness and nationalism, which we explored together when 20 years ago we taught a course called Nationalism and National Identity, an exploration through film. Stanley adored film, and he thought a lot of the wisdom in today's world can be taught through film. So our starting point has to be that the European Union is an anti-hegemonic project, not an anti-national one. That it was all about creating an alternative to closed Westphalian sovereignty, but remaining complementary to the idea of the nation state. And to cut a long story short, we talked a lot about this yesterday, empathy across borders in Europe is predicated on the health of national democracies, their capacity to reproduce empathy between strangers. And yes, we have a problem for this today in Europe. I long believe all these years where I was myself migrating between academia and policy that Europe had invented a new form, perhaps not completely unprecedented, Lucas, but yes, a new form of transnational democracy. I called it demoicracy. Demoi, plural of demos in Greece. Europe is not one people. It's a union of peoples governing together but not as one. Wow, pretty amazing. And yet, a lot of what the values upon which this idea was based have been shattered in the last few years. Which leads me to my second point, which is that for these peoples in Europe to retain some autonomy in the face of their huge interdependence, these peoples cannot be any old citizens, any old people. The whole edifice can only work if they are intensely open to one another, engage in constant recognition of their differences, whether political, economic, social, cultural, whatever they are. And in calling the state obstinate, Stanley explained beautifully how it was national consciousness that itself could be the resource for this openness to each other. In fact, this is also what Kant said when he explained in his cosmopolitan law of hospitality that you can't be hospitable to another if you don't have a solid house yourself. So to a great extent, if you think about it, what it means is that the institutions and the laws of Europe need to be other-regarding, always considering the other. If it's a parliament, civil society, organizations, government, it's about organizing this other-regarding attitude. And the European law that has been developed in the last decades does exactly that. It engages into your law is as good as mine, the mutual recognition, taking into account the law of other states. When you exchange goods or when you exchange refugees. And indeed, we need to say here again that the requirement of empathy takes us also to the other side, to the limits of recognition and trust between countries in Europe. Because if I observe that your laws are not good enough, I will not arrest someone here to extradite them to you. I will not recognize the way in which you process this refugee. Maybe you're hungry and you said no to them. I will not do that. And indeed, this is exactly what happened when Angela Merkel suspended the laws of refoulement in Europe. In other words, institutions of empathy in Europe call not for blind trust vis-à-vis each other. They call for binding trust, for spying on each other, and always checking each other up. Trust must be earned in Europe as elsewhere. And the real question, however, is whether this other regarding attitude that we need in our laws and in our politics, can we impose it and make it compulsory? Well, maybe we could for decades when the stakes were not so high. But today in Europe, the challenge is no longer about sympathy, about simple solidarity, giving money to the other side, transferring money. But it's about empathy because it's about voluntarily changing our own politics because we are looking at the other side. And this requires, in turn, better transnational politics, lots of things, but it also requires moral learning for democratic institutions, learning about each other. We're back to education and to the fact that as e-citizens of the world, as Europeans, people do not have the right to be ignorant. You don't have the right to be ignorant. Your friends don't have the right to be ignorant. So the privilege of education is about that too. Now, this leads then to a third question. You may ask, well, then what is the glue that holds us together in Europe? And it will prevent, yes, it will prevent disintegration. I'm an optimist like Stanley was. Well, you know, in yesterday's panel, we heard from Professor De Caro that there's always been these discourses of unity in Europe, historically. And Andreas reminded us how Derrida and Habermas, wonderful intellectuals of Europe, were desperate in trying to find the traits about Europe which makes us distinct and separate. And I don't like this state of mind. I don't think we should abide by this state of mind because it always amounts to creating another. If you're just one, you need another. A new European nationalism, while our only other should be our own past. We are not like good old nations, Europe, or other regions of the world. We don't need to create others to be ourselves. And so we should remember that when comparing empathy within Europe and without, it can be differentiated but not exclusionary. So instead, what we really need is to protect European idealism, and the idealism that I'm sure is in among many of you in this room, Europeans or Europhiles. That idealism should not simply be about becoming one. I call this US envy. You know, one country, one flag, one president, even if it's Obama. We don't need to be like the United States. What should keep us together is simply the ideal of togetherness itself, rejecting unity for union, just union. The whole point of Europe today, like any modern marriage, is that it's not irreversible, that we stay together by choice. And this is why, by the way, exactly why we are not the United States. We don't want the bliss of a civil war, which will tell once and for all to all our states that, no, we're in it together forever. This is also why I'm a passionate defender of this right of exit from the European Union, but as passionately I'm opposing it in the case of Britain and in the case of Greece for the euro. And indeed, I'm happy to announce that an hour ago there was a deal on Brexit between Cameron and his fellow leaders. We don't know where it will lead, and I will do my best with all my academic friends to give the academic voice in this debate when I go home. So Europe is about being together by choice, and if we are together, then what we must fight above all is the denials of recognition, is the moments when suddenly other peoples, other groups are stigmatized, from the Greeks who were lazy and all the rest of it, to the Germans where we're ashamed to see in the Greek press, photos of Angela Merkel as Hitler. And these photos were reproduced again in Poland 2 weeks ago because as soon as there is a clash, That's where we go back. We deny the dignity of the other side. The prejudices are right under the surface. So there is the challenge of empathy and recognition within Europe. But I would also say that when we speak about this, very often we ask about solidarity across borders, solidarity in Europe. And indeed, EU was a vast insurance project for the citizens of Europe. Insurance against insecurities of all sorts. And solidarity is about making good on this promise. But what has happened with the crisis? If you take a country like Greece, but not only Greece, the cost of adjusting to being part of Europe falls under the nouveau poor, the new poor, in absolutely disproportionate extent. And what you find is that the debtor countries in our euro crisis that has created so much hardship do not open the black box of the countries they ask to change and to adapt. They don't see what are the effects in terms of distribution of the policies that we impose. And so we have to face the tension that when we talk about justice across border in Europe, there's an aporia, a paradox, a tension between requiring less interventionist, less imposition on each other and what we do, because Europe should not become an IMF, but at the same time, perhaps we also need more peeking into the black box of each other to pursue empathy within member states. Fifth point, this leads me to leadership and to the fact that there is a wisdom of the crowds that sometimes we forget in Europe. Stanley admired statesmen who knew that theirs is the burden of putting burden on others. He called this moral risk. He saw it in de Gaulle. But who are our statements today? Mrs. Merkel, of course, might have saved Europe honor, and as Düsseldorf has, as we heard yesterday in our great panel. But I think we need to stop believing unreflexively in Europe in the failure of the demos and the sense that what needs to urgently be done is absolutely unpopular and therefore democratically impossible. Note, for instance, that a few days ago, there was a poll in Europe which shows that 79% of citizens are against closing off of borders to each other and are in favor of a fair distribution of refugees between EU member states. You wouldn't know this witnessing the politics and the policies of their leaders. And which demonstrates how misplaced, I think, can be our politicians' fear of the blind fear of their electorate. Politicians, it's more complicated than that. You must start believing in the empathetic intelligence of a majority, not all, of your citizens, and of that of the new generations. Watching my kids, I have a theory that when you guys are always on your phone while we're talking to you and we're trying to have dinner and getting very unhappy, in fact, you're living these various virtual lives with your friends, and that is perhaps also a school of empathy. You correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to put a nice gloss on this one. Two last points to conclude. 6 is that once we've talked about Europe and empathy inside Europe, we need to ask, what about Europe's relations with its so-called neighborhood? You must read, and Lucas already said that, and many have cited it, Stanley's wonderful book, Ethics Beyond Border, which in fact he revisited so many times, including in his last book on the Iraq War. And in this book, he argues passionately against the danger of self-righteous intervention. He calls for self-restraint, but he calls also for a morality of self-restraint, which he defines as taking into account the existence of the moral claims of the other. And so, in search of a realist approach to morality in foreign policy, he then argues that in order to do that, we must overcome progressively the distinction between national and foreigners. And this means, of course, empathy. This means, indeed, accepting the responsibility to protect the vulnerable peoples in our neighborhoods. But that the best way to do that with empathy is to prevent, to do it early, and to do it by empowering civil societies, to empower citizens themselves of countries around us, to take their destiny in their own hand, to fight the arbitrary power of authoritarian and dictatorial regimes. You know, the Arab Spring has gone underground, but it's not dead. All over the region, there are courageous people, including teachers, who work on keeping the spirit alive, the spirit of resistance, the spirit of hope, and the spirit of education. And it is these people we need to empower if we don't want another Syria, in Libya, in Morocco, in Tunisia, and in Egypt, if we want to help these peoples control again their destiny. And this brings me finally to my seventh and last point on Europe's relation with the world. If we think about Europe's relation with the world, empathy should lead us to understand that all too often, when Europeans, European politicians, negotiators, negotiate with people around the world, and many of you are not from Europe, they tend to be deaf to the echoes of past imperialism, to the legacy of colonialism that still runs deep in many corners of the world. And they can't hear it. And I think we need to learn, we Europeans, that empathy on the global arena starts by trying to truly internalize also that perception of Europe from the rest of the world, to truly be a post-colonial power, not just exposing ourselves as a model. Of course, these days it's not very credible. But there are many in Europe who think that even today, the fact that we've been able to somehow address the financial crisis, and hopefully, we'll get over the refugee challenge, that yes, Europe should still be a model, should still set the standards from the rest of the world. We cannot speak in those terms anymore, in standards of civilization. Instead, we need to humbly sometimes propose ourselves as an experiment, which often fails, sometimes not, and perhaps can provide lessons from the rest of the world. Perhaps in the environment, there is something to be hoped for. So let me conclude in saying that the greatest threat to Europe, and for that matter, global citizenship, I believe, is empathy fatigue. Forgetting that empathy is about staying oneself while entering the other's mind and dreams, and thus ultimately really a call for action. Europe must rediscover the empathy for those left behind by the dignified Greek old man who killed himself so that not to be a burden for his family, left behind by the lifeless baby corpses at the bottom of the Mediterranean, and left behind by all these young guys and girls who died in greater number in the Bataclan in Paris because they did not want to leave their mates behind. We are also those left behind, and together we must recover the spirit of resistance which animated these two wonderful men, Jean and Stanley. They were once the future too. So I would like to invite you to travel back 70 years to this kid who, behind and beyond a happy smile, grew into a tormented and compassionate man, a man who, to the end, could never forget a bunch of young Germans whose despair, echoing through the hills of the Maquis in southern France, protected them and ultimately won the European peace. Can we witness this last moment? That's at the very, yeah, 2:31. Yes, ma'am. Just leave a minute. Yeah.
1 minute, or do you want me to?
Leave a minute.
There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolaides, for such a wonderful keynote address. It is an honor to have you here tonight. I would now like to ask our speakers for the panel on the future of Europe to please come to the stage.
We're changing the sequence here so we can get directly to Gwithian Prince, who's across the ocean, and the time difference you can figure out for yourself. Please take your seats. Assad, how wonderful to see you. Ben, take your seats, you guys. We're going to change the program to be able to go directly to content. We are going to acknowledge and honor our distinguished guests at the end. So, Ariane?
Good evening, everyone.
Introduce yourself as well.
Yes. Okay. Good evening, and welcome to the panel on the future of Europe. My name is Adriana Guardans-Goló, and I'm a member of the 2016 Colloquium. I'm a junior from Barcelona, majoring in international relations and history, and I will be your moderator for the night, along with Bruce Hitchner, who will be the interlocutor. So, Denis Rougemont wrote in 1961, "A united Europe is not a modern expedient, be it political or economic, but an ideal which has been accepted since thousands of years by the best spirits of Europe, namely those who can see into the future." It is 2016, so if my math is correct, about 55 years have gone by, but Rougemont's observation remains as relevant as ever. This year has been one of turmoil and uncertainty for Europe. The European Union, born as an effort to seek lasting peace through democracy and prosperity, today faces a new threshold of challenges, which threaten to destabilize the pillars of its very foundation. Europe is contending with internal divisions, fragmentation, and external hostilities. It is suffering from a deep lack of trust within the European Union and proclaimed democratic deficit. The threats that the European Union is confronting range from Russian revivalism to the Greek debt and the Eurozone economic crisis, from the growing threat of cyber attacks and hybrid warfare to the influx of the refugees. Further challenges woven into Europe's political agenda are questions of separatism and autonomy, fiscal instability, corruption, austerity, and questions over the future of the welfare state. Jean Monnet, considered by many as the chief architect of European unity, once said, "People only accept change when they are faced with necessity, and only recognize necessity when a crisis is upon them." Today, the European Union remains a half-built house, an incomplete political and economic project on a trajectory to further integration. However, realities are shifting dramatically and have made it difficult to predict how this sui generis political entity will transform under real and perceived existential pressures. The question then has been raised in one way or another: what will the European Union look like in the future? Will the European Union find unity within disunity? How will Europe evolve to meet its challenges? How will Europe define itself and be defined in the 21st century? After months of preparation and hard work, I am honored to be in the presence of an incredibly knowledgeable panel of experts who will shed valuable insights and address some of these questions that I have posed to you tonight. Without further ado, the speakers of our night will be Gwithian Prince, Karl Kaiser, Uwe Kitzinger, Peter Balázs, Ivan Vejvoda, as well as Calypso Nicolaitis, who will join us for the question and answer session. Before moving on with introductions, let me briefly outline how the night will progress. Each of our 6 panelists will have 12 minutes to speak. When there are 2 minutes remaining, the timer will blink yellow, and when the time is up, it will go red. After all our speakers have finished speaking, they will have the opportunity to ask each other questions, and then we will open up the floor to the audience for questions. All of our panelists come from different backgrounds and areas of expertise and will contribute to our discussion in unique ways. I would like to thank them for being here tonight, so please join me in giving them a warm welcome. Our first speaker tonight is Gwithian Prince, who is Skyping in from England, right here. So please start whenever you feel free.
Well, thank you very much, and good evening, everybody. I shall do my very best to stay awake. It is 1:30 in the morning here in England. Let me just begin by saying that once more, Sherman Teichmann has hit the hot button issue of the day on the day, and I'm very honored to be with you for this, his final EPIIC Symposium. I first got dragged into EPIIC by Sherman when he called me in my college study in Cambridge. That's the original Cambridge. 25 years ago. And this American gentleman said, "You don't know who I am, but I know who you are. And I'm phoning to tell you that you've got to clear your diary and you've got to come across the Atlantic for no fee, and if you could please pay for your own fare, I'd be very grateful, because I have some fabulously interesting students who need to hear from you. Well, you know, who can resist that sort of invitation? So I have kept on coming back, and I've had the honor of a Jean Mayer Award, and indeed delivered several keynote addresses, including at the EPIIC anniversary, where I was given the Iron Man Award. And I've arranged, if you can see it on the screen, that the Iron Man is sitting here next to me this evening. So I'm only sad that I can't be with you in person. Sham's promise, by the way, did come true, because EPIIC and the IGL are indeed, for many overseas academics like me, the thing about Tufts University that is known best. So Sherman, across the ocean, I salute you as a supreme educator. And your EPIIC students may regard what the IGL offers as being pretty cool, but pretty normal. And I'd just like to remind them that it is not at all normal, the riches that you have managed to produce. And so let's turn to tonight's topic, which is the future of Europe. My message in this talk is going to be pretty simple, rather uncomfortable, perhaps, but for anyone who knows the history of Europe since 1789 and can locate the EU episode within it, it's not very surprising. The message is that the future of Europe will be bright. With its creative and material resources, how could this wealthy region be anything other? But it will only be bright once it's escaped from the wreckage of the failing and now rapidly unraveling EU experiment. Both the euro currency and the Schengen free trade zone fractured beyond repair in 2015 for reasons that I explained in my recent essay, Beyond the Ghosts, which I think has been assigned to the class for reading. So let's make a clear starting distinction. The EU, in inverted commas, was a moment in history. It was not a living, breathing, organic, and very important, self-reproducing social entity. And it certainly is not coterminous with Europe. That's a mischievous conflation. Europe is a geopolitical, a cultural region that has defeated and survived other centralizing fantasies before this one since the time of Charlemagne. In 2015, especially during its July crisis, which happened in Greece, as the previous speaker reminded us, the hinges of history creaked and they turned for this project of ever closer union, which was the raison d'etre of the project since its conception, which was in the horrors of the Battle of Verdun. Always remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the EU is a product of the First, not of the Second World War. The simultaneous fracturing of the currency experiment in Greece and the literal blowing up of the Schengen free trade zone by terrorists of the Daesh, this destruction of the two pillars of the EU temple, as it were, in 2015, signaled the beginning of the end. And it's given me a strong sense of déjà vu, because it recalls for me an experience in a dusty room in Moscow in 1992. It was at the end of the USSR, and that winter, a small group of us had been recruited to help Mikhail Gorbachev decide what he would do next. And we gathered and we all gave our various advice. We were a multinational group. I offered Mr. Gorbachev the famous recipe for jugged hare of the immortal English cook, Mrs. Beeton. Now, bear with me. Mrs. Beeton is a very down-to-earth lady. And line 1 of the recipe says, first catch your hare. And I meant by that, of course, see what opportunities and skills you have before you set your goals. But as I said this, I could see that Mr. Gorbachev was fingering his scalp and gazing at me rather disbelievingly. So lesson number 1 for future diplomats in the room, since hair and hair can be mistranslated, is beware of using images when you're in sessions with simultaneous translation. But Mrs. Beeton gave good advice, and the hair, that is the essential ingredient for the European Commission, is to control the narrative of the past, so that the dish of irreversible and unchallenged autocratic rule can be enjoyed with resigned acceptance of inevitability by the subjects. They're not citizens, they're subjects. In other words, it's normalization of the abnormal. And it's much more efficient than having to use guns and soldiers, of course. You don't need overt force. And what should our task be as scholars, and especially speaking for myself, and I know many others in the room as historians? Well, I think our task is exactly the opposite. It is to liberate history in all of its contradictory wonder, and to deny oligarchs the use of this sort of weapon. Dissidents in the USSR used to joke that the future was quite certain. It was only the past that was constantly changing. And I'm afraid that that's become the case inside the project of European Union. Jean-Jacques Rousseau observed, and I quote him, that what can make authority legitimate is the axiomatic question in all of politics. And he was right. Henry Kissinger actually quoted that observation in the first pages of his very first book, the one on the Congress of Vienna of 1820, which Kissinger published in 1957 when he was a junior lecturer at Harvard. And he also quotes it in his most recent book in 2014. So that tells you that this quotation mattered to him. To him, the master diplomat, as Neil Ferguson's brilliant biography is beginning to reveal. And I think it should matter to us too. The problem is that the less there is a demos, the more loudly it has to be claimed that there actually is one. And as Prime Minister Cameron correctly stated in 2013, the EU has no demos. There is no European identity beyond the most superficial. It's not something that you would fight or die for. And the EU's history shows that this identity is really lip service. It's something people say to get access to prizes, whether that is power or money or privilege. And that was the situation in the fading Soviet Empire. And if you read the preambles of EU treaties, from Giscard d'Estaing's amazing self-amending constitution to the draft decision on Prime Minister Cameron's inconsequential deal, which was agreed just 2 hours ago, you'll find the same overblown high rhetoric to be found. It is, as I say, lip service. And all of this may explain why, in the later 1990s, Mikhail Gorbachev was asked to reflect over the previous decade, and he said this, and I quote, "The most puzzling development in politics during the last decade is the apparent determination of Western European leaders to recreate the Soviet Union in Western Europe." This is not actually, I think, so puzzling. It is worth spelling out the deep history of the ghosts that haunt the pro-EU elites, and it's something that I do a little bit in Beyond the Ghosts. And of course, fear of war is there for sure. It runs through this project like a name runs through a stick of rock. That's right. But there is much more. The BBC has a popular comedy show, and it has a competition which is called Singing One Song to the Tune of Another. And in the history of the Project of Union, this has been no joke. It was Mrs. Thatcher who neatly summed it up when she said that, and I quote, "The reason for the Project of European Union, the reasons are that the French are afraid of the Germans, and so are the Germans." The Iron Chancellor, Bismarck, made the same point, more generically, a century earlier in 1871. And Bismarck said, and I think these are words worth pondering, "I have always found the word Europe on the lips of those who wanted something from other powers that they dared not demand in their own name." General de Gaulle put it rather more frankly in 1962 when he said, "Europe is the way for France to become what it has ceased to be since Waterloo." So in sum, neither cultural affinities, patriotic identities, or geopolitics change as much as revolutionaries like the Brussels elite like to think. The nomenclatura of Brussels, to borrow the term from the EU's grim but now deceased sibling at birth, is a self-appointed and well-paid autocracy that is immune from democratic control. It's armed with the vanguard myth, which justifies its right to perpetual rule by virtue of its superior insight, which confers a moral right to lead the benighted subjects, blinded, as this elite sees it, and many of them, by the way, in their youth, were Marxists or Maoists, like former Commission President Barroso, blinded by false consciousness of love of country and other lesser falsehoods of weak minds. So, to understand this, think of the young Bolsheviks. Think of Strelnikov in Boris Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago, and then you will get it. So, they create an autocratic society which is imposed from above without freely given legitimation. And they obtain consent with bribes, with grants and subsidies and handouts of taxpayers' money, or they con their subjects. In the case of my own country, with a lie in 1972, when people were told that Britain was entering a simple trade zone, when actually it was known by those in the country that were selling this proposition that that was not the case. But thirdly, and much the most important, there's been a constant tactic, which is to bounce the people with fear. It's called the Monnet method for good reason, because Jean Monnet himself actually described the importance of never wasting a good crisis. Or as a senior Belgian diplomat put it to me once, it's very bad advice if you're a horseman, by the way, if you frighten a horse, it will jump a big hedge, and the result is always more Europe. The French government tried to do this just now by citing Article 42, subsection 7 of the Lisbon Treaty, which is also known as the much rejected European Constitution that was brought back in thin disguise after rejection in referendums that gave the wrong answer. They tried, for the first time, after the 13th of November commando terrorist attacks in Paris, once more to try to force the EU forward as a security alliance, which in my view it can never safely be, by citing this clause from the Lisbon Treaty instead of invoking Articles 4 or 5 of the 1949 NATO Treaty. But ladies and gentlemen, the big one, the big Monnet method push at the moment is the June 2015 Five Presidents Report, which if you haven't read, I do recommend, because it comes out of the Euro crisis of last year with plans to bounce the unwilling people of Europe into formal fiscal and inevitably political union in the next major core treaty, which, by the way, is a key reason why now is the time for the British to leave. Because as an old and established nation and state, unlike most continental states, with the exception of the Netherlands, it is a country which has saved Europe from its disasters 3 times since 1815. And we never have, and we do not now, and we never will have any truck with that sort of thing. And as the refrain of Rule Britannia on the last night of the prom stings out, Britons never, never, never will be slaves, which as a non-Euro using state would actually be our fate under the Five Presidents plan, because we would be powerless, constantly outvoted, and as the most vibrant economy in Europe at the moment, constantly gouged, as we were over the Greek bailout last summer, should we remain under Brussels control. 3 hours ago, my Prime Minister said, and I quote him, "We never liked it, we never wanted it," adding that Britain will never be part of a European superstate. But that will only be the case if we reclaim our sovereignty and we leave the EU, because we are loyal Europeans, loyal who are with, but not of, the continental Europeans, as Winston Churchill succinctly put it. And so if we return to our sovereign freedoms, we can then also return to our accustomed place, which is to assist our friends on the continent in need, as we have done for centuries. Because the core objective of the Five Presidents and of the one-way ratchet of the acquis communautaire, which only ever banks powers in Brussels and never returns them to national capitals, is to entrench irreversibility through unreformable processes, and this is the essential cultural requirement, through the obliteration of alternative memories of the past. It's what historians call a year zero strategy. Now, in 1789, the Committee of Public Safety and the guillotine could impose a year zero strategy. But how is that most effectively to be done today, given that I trust we're not returning to those instruments? Well, I think there's no secret why the European Union has invested so enormously heavily in self-promotion. And to me, as a university professor, the most revealing is the creation of its own Jesuit order, who are known as the Jean Monnet professors. And if you quote, and I will, from the calling notice for Jean Monnet professors, it is a teaching post with a specialization in European Union studies for university professors with 3 objectives. And the objectives are, number 1, to deepen teaching of European Union studies embodied in an official curriculum of a higher education institution, which is a very Jesuitical objective. Secondly, to encourage, advise, and mentor the young generation of teachers and researchers in European studies. And then thirdly, to organize activities targeted on policymakers, local, regional, national. Now, there are 3 points briefly to note about the Jean Monnet neo-Jesuits. The first is that this is a conjuring trick. It's what sociologists call reification of the object. It is asserting a thing when there is not a thing. Because the smuggled assumption, what I've just read out to you, is that the European Union is a living entity, whilst actually it is a passing bureaucratic episode only in Europe's long history. But the second thing is to leverage the illusion, because if you assume the entity, it then creates a bogus academic field which is attributed to it, which confers the dignity of permanence and the prestige of academic study and the assumption of irreversibility. The magic trick helps to wipe away the inconvenience of a non-conforming past. So, as in the USSR, the future is the Union, but only the past continually changes. Now, what does all this signify? Well, the most important thing is that you do not do this sort of thing if the people are actually with you. And what we can see today is that the people of Europe are sadly revolting. They are revolting from Greece to Scandinavia. There is no European demos, there never has been, and the concrete evidence for this is the declining participation of voters in the European Parliament. Numbers voting in that Parliament have fallen in every election since it began, and the rising fraction of anti-Euro politicians that are being elected conforms with this. So the one-size-fits-all euro, which we now, as had been already pointed out, can see to have been one of the biggest. Thanks, Chairman. Yes, I'm keeping to my time. I'll be done in 2 minutes. The one-size-fits-all euro, which can be seen to be one of the biggest geopolitical mistakes since the end of the Cold War, means that if you play politics with currencies, they bite back. And this has wrought mayhem south of the Alps and helped to give the Eurozone its worst performing performance of any economy since 2008. It's also morally, and in my view, morally more dangerous because it produces social alienation, producing mass youth unemployment and shattered social welfare systems in Southeastern Europe. And this stimulates in Northern Europe the extreme right and the extreme left, which opens the door for Putin, set on tearing up the post-1945 European settlement. So as President Tusk of the Council, the Polish Prime Minister previously and a historian himself, sadly and accurately observed of this new nationalist socialist axis, I quote him, "It is always the same game before the biggest tragedies in our European history." And it is a tragic irony because created to drive away the darkness, the EU today is now summoning back the shadows from the worst of our last bloody century. In conclusion, we know from history that all experiments to unite Europe from above have ended in disaster, whether it was Napoleon or Hitler or Stalin in the East. And there's no real reason to think that this one is going to be different unless the nomenclatura can read the writing on the wall. But sadly, the instincts of the Monnet method seem to be now automatic because this is a tamper-proof machine, as the June 2015 Five Presidents report has shown. So I fear 3 things. I fear that the new treaty will happen. I fear that Jean-Jacques Rousseau's advice will continue to be ignored. And therefore, I fear that this episode of one human lifespan in Europe's long history will end with a bang rather than a whimper. I hope very much, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm wrong. but I'm afraid the evidence suggests that I may be right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's absolutely clear.
Thank you, Dr. Prince, for joining us tonight. Before moving on to our next speaker, I'd just like to make a mention that because time restraints, we've skipped introductions, but you can still find the biographies of all of our speakers in the brochure tonight. So, without further ado, I'd like to present our next speaker tonight, Dr. Karl Kaiser.
Thank you very much. In the tradition of Stanley, my friend, my mentor, intellectual giant, I want to make 3 points, as he always liked to do. But after listening to Mr. Prince, I think my first point will be the bigger one, and I may not have the time for number 2 and 3. When you look at the European Union, and we've just had another example of it, it is very much characterized by very deep divisions, enormous differences, conflicts between states, enormous struggles within countries about the purpose of the Union. There are changes. Look at Poland at the moment under a new regime. Look at the debate at England. Look at the Brexit problem. Look at all the divisions on the euro, on the refugees, on it's there. It's inevitable, very simply because ever since its creation, 6 at the beginning, with very different histories, now 28, even more diversity, it's a perfectly natural part of what is being created. As you can read in the bio of my person, I worked for Willy Brandt, both when he was Chancellor, but particularly after he resigned in 1974, when he had no staff, and I did quite a lot with and for him. Willy Brandt had been a very ardent supporter of British membership in the then European Economic Community. He had fought for it. It happened, and it turned out he was very deeply disappointed because, contrary to what that large fraction of supporters expected, Britain did not support many of the steps ahead that persons like him and other countries had supported. And he was struggling with this idea, what does this mean for the future? And we discussed it quite a lot. And he came up with a very simple and basic idea. He said the only way we can live with the inevitable diversity of the community due to history and culture of all the different states, and yet preserve what we want to do, namely to create a new entity in Europe that overcomes the conflicts of the past, is to reconcile the different willingness and speeds of the different countries. And so he delivered a speech, and I helped him on that, to the French European movement, in which he launched the idea of differentiated integration, the Europe of different speeds. Very well known, that was the beginning. It has been implemented in the euro, it has been implemented in the opt-out. It means very simply, those who are willing to go ahead further than others go ahead, but always leave the door open for those who are behind to pick up and join, so that the entire group can move, some slowly, some fast. That was his idea. And you will find it embodied in what the European Union is today. And that's the problem of Britain. But not only the problem of Britain. Listening to Mr. Prince, I was very much reminded of the 1960s, when Uwe Kitzinger, who was sitting to my right, who got me into Nuffield College at Oxford then, who was the first pioneer, who wrote the first big book about British membership in the economic community, who created the Journal of Common Market Studies, and he took me along, young man, very young man then, on his various trips in which he tried to convince people, very skeptical, that Britain should join the economic community. There I met the kind of England that we have just listened to. Little Englanders. One of them, you were not listening, when I asked him what really, he was very much against it, what really motivates you? And he said, well, I don't like the Germans, they don't like war and work, I don't like the French, I don't like their women, I don't like their food. Whenever I go to the continent, I take along sandwiches. This, in other words, deep prejudice. We have heard deep prejudice a moment ago. Many people, including this very learned diplomat from the British Foreign Service, do not understand that the motivating force that is still around, it motivated definitely me, I'm sure it motivated Uwe, and he mentioned it. We had Verdun. Actually, we're just having an anniversary. The conflicts of the past have not disappeared. They're still in our minds. We are creating something different. It will take a long time. It will be very different. And he doesn't obviously understand that that is an undertaking that takes time, that is difficult. And for him to compare the Brussels bureaucracy with the Bolsheviks of the past just shows the level of the debate that the anti-Europeans in Britain are conducting to question an undertaking which has, of course, needs a long, which is a vision that needs time to implement. He mentioned Monet, never waste a crisis. That is exactly what is happening now, what has happened in the past. Every single crisis of the European Union has led to some decision, to some movement, sometimes a little backward, sometimes a little forward. But when you look at where we were in the 1950s and where we are now, despite all the problems, we have made progress. Let's not fool ourselves. The refugee crisis is very severe. The euro crisis is very severe, very severe. But compare where we are now in Europe with where we were then, in the 1950s. And what I think Mr. Prince does not understand is that in the world, the globalized world that we are entering, a Britain alone is simply not able. It will shoot itself in the foot if it is alone and outside. That the Europeans have to stick together, although they will not always agree, and they will continue to disagree, even on some very important things. So the gist of the movement will continue. I still, after the agreement that was made in Brussels last night, there is still hope that British pragmatism will prevail, that the feeling to be outside will, after all, lead to a diminution of British influence. The Europeans on the continent don't want it either. What Cameron has unfortunately unleashed is a lose-lose strategy. He will lose and we will lose. The European Union will lose after the agreements have been made. But the European Union will continue, and that's what matters in the end. I wanted to make two other points, and that will be very brief because I've spent my time on the first.
Go ahead. I'll be brief.
I was last weekend at the Munich Security Conference. You may have read about it. And I witnessed there an enormous contrast, the two incompatible narratives with Medvedev and Primakov on the one hand, who shift the entire blame for the situation to the West, never talking that they annexed a piece of a country, never treating the Ukraine as a civil war where there's some people fight, they have nothing to do with it, not mentioning, of course, that there are Russian troops in East Ukraine, and the West fiercely accusing Russia. And the West being divided, not being of one opinion. Medvedev mentioned the notion of a Cold War. Some yesterday said it is not exactly the Cold War. In some ways it is. It is a conflictual relationship which is going to stay. And it is we are going back to the situation we've had in the past. Namely, we have to again construct a policy which combines deterrence and defense, combined with sanctions, and a really serious effort to involve Russia. A Russia which is in decline, which has very serious difficulties. We in the West are not interested in a Russia that collapses. So in that sense, we're back to the Cold War. There are some differences, of course, and one important difference is that the notion of a major nuclear war is unthinkable. But war is possible. There is war in Europe taking place as we sit here in this peaceful little room. We must not forget that. And there is reckless military behavior, and there are some risky situations, and some states are very worried. And we have to think about how we combine a firm posture with a clear message to the other side. We want to reconstruct a security system in Europe. So that, in that sense, we are back to the past. And my final point, my third point, is simply just one point on the refugee crisis. We have discussed it in the past. Nice things have been said about Angela Merkel and the way Germany has handled it. But keep in mind, the 1 million people have already put an enormous burden on the system. 200,000 children had to be put in school, not speaking a word of German. Imagine 800,000 children not speaking a word of English being put into American schools. It's the equivalent. 8,000 teachers had to be hired. You go into small cities, all the gymnastic halls are filled with refugees. There is a limit. The system is reaching a limit. One can take more. There is a systemic question. I do not think, when you consider how many repressed societies exist and how many problems exist in the world, that we can think of the regime the way we have done in the past. We have assumed with the refugee system that asylum arrangements, the treaties that we have changed, that would remain a marginal problem, which is manageable. But when half of mankind is on the march, because there are so many failed states, civil wars, and problems, and climate change is just around the corner, with hundreds of thousands probably wanting to go north, we have to rethink the system. Of course, we have to help them. But basically, it means that we have to rethink shifting all our efforts to there. And the beginning is just being made. 11 billion have just been put together to help dealing with the problems in Turkey, in Lebanon, in Jordan. That's just the beginning. As we proceed, and these problems get worse, and more people come, and they all have iPhones and iPads and know where to go and what goes on. That's the difference to all the exodus and refugee movements of the past. We will have a gargantuan effort, as it has never been made, to shift, and we may have to renounce some of what we have and shift it in order to solve the problems there. That also means we cannot tolerate the way we have tolerated repression. It means probably more interventionism, more resources to be put to stop conflicts, not just let them get worse, as we have done in the past. So the refugee crisis is the beginning, in my opinion, of a global change. And we have to draw our conclusions. Thank you. Sorry. I took some of your time.
Thank you for your remarks. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Dr. Uwe Kitzinger.
Yes, I have a slight bone to pick with Sherman, my old friend, partly for the 20 minutes we have just endured, for which I feel, as a compatriot, I need to apologize to the audience. But I think it's very clear that we had before us someone who was not aware of the complexities of the world and of the fact that turmoil in Europe does not mean what it meant when I was a refugee in the 1930s. Turmoil in Europe today means people sitting down and worrying and negotiating and trying to solve the problems. And those problems today are very largely outside Europe. We can't escape a degree of responsibility for the catastrophic blunder of declaring a crusade some 20 years ago and of entering in the most disturbing way into the problems of certain parts of the world outside Europe. But when we compare the turmoil that turmoil meant in Europe, when millions were freezing to death on the Russian front, when millions were being gassed in Poland, and when thousands were being torched to death in Dresden, the word turmoil has to be defined very clearly. We could, after the Second World War, in which America came in to help us, have had another Versailles. We could have had, therefore, another war in your parents' generation. Thanks to far-sighted statesmanship in the White House, people like George Marshall and Jean Acheson, you helped us build a peace in Europe that has now lasted for 70 years. You helped us build a Franco-German partnership which has allowed Germany to play the most, I would say, constructive part in the new Europe in which Britain, I regret to say, has yet to prove that de Gaulle was wrong when he discovered, after 15 months of negotiation, that Britain was an island. We may have made mistakes. We may have gone too fast. The community was built for 6. Its institutions have been adapted, but you cannot run a community of 28 and play an active part, an active, constructive, and positive part in foreign affairs. You have enough to do to digest your own problems. It is made worse by the fact that we admitted people, nations, without being sure that they had what has here been called the empathy, what I would call the spirit, what I would call the understanding even of what the community spirit is, any more than Professor Prince has absorbed them himself. Actually, it was in 1951, I remember it clearly because it was the year I first became a European civil servant, a proposal by Anthony Eden that instead of entering the European coal and steel community with then the envisaged European political community, later the European defense community, we should each go with a posse of the willing together. Not necessarily marching all at the same time, at the same speed. It's an idea which Willy Brandt revived. It was, of course, at the time opposed very sharply by people like Paul-Henri Spaak, Konrad Adenauer, Alcide Gasperi, who, interestingly enough, all three had very interesting personal careers. You may remember that Schumann was a German in the First World War, that Alcide Gasperi had been a deputy in the Vienna Diet before he became an Italian prime minister, and that Konrad Adenauer had toyed with the idea of a Rhineland autonomy from post-war Germany. I think that is the idea to go on. It may have been that for some, the Schengen Agreement, it may have been that for others, the euro was a bridge too far. But we can deal with these things. And as we dealt with, as the Brussels meeting dealt with overnight, the problem of British British exceptionalism, very reprehensible exceptionalism, but in a situation where a gamble was taken by a prime minister who hadn't got the courage to face his own backbenchers. There is a danger, and it is a real danger, that we might lose the game. You have heard the kind of opposition that we face. We are going to do what we will. The biggest problem, and Carl has said it for me, I would have said it even more strongly, will be, I think, the movement of people in the future, from not only future human violence, but from the violence of the ecology in which we going to live. When ecological migration starts, then we really will have to face a big challenge. All I can do is to say that you, your generation, will have the privilege and the duty of facing those issues. And I hope to God that you will have the generosity and the far-sightedness of the generation of your grandparents. Very good.
Our next speaker tonight is Dr. Peter Balazs.
Thank you. Whenever I was asked about the future of Europe, mainly in the neighborhood of the EU, in countries like Ukraine or Macedonia or Turkey, I usually suggested to prepare 3 folders. One about the upswing of the EU, if the EU can achieve all its dreams and plans. The second one about business as usual. And the third one about the possibility of a declining EU. Now we have to open the third one. Because EU is producing more problems than it could solve. This is the symptom of a crisis, of a systemic crisis. We are facing definitely more problem that could be solved by the actual problem-solving capacities of our wonderful system. I would suggest a few aspects for future analysis. The first question is, what is old and what is new from those problems? There's nothing new with the euro crisis, which could be settled. Greece could be kept within the zone thanks to the generous German financing. But this is the direct follow-up of the competitiveness problem of the EU, which goes back to events like the 2000 Lisbon program, setting as an objective that the EU will become the world's most competitive knowledge-based economy. It's very interesting to quote this in the United States today. We are lagging behind more and more in Europe. There is nothing new with the UK referendum, which some call by a false nickname Brexit. It is not about British exit. It is about keeping the UK within the EU. This is the main and common and shared objectives of all the talks between David Cameron and his 27 counterparts within the EU. And there is nothing new about problems with democracy in the new member states. It was predictable when the big enlargement happened, when the EU overstretched its system with taking so many countries right after or in between a systemic change, most of them newly shaped states. Out of the 11 from Central and Eastern Europe, 7 were not on the map before 1990, because they are coming from federal structures like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and the Soviet Union. Only 4 were there before. So this is not new. What is new is the migrant crisis. This is completely new, a highly uneven burden on the EU. What is new is the changed role of Turkey. The EU has to take a turn and make a deal with a despotic regime, because we need the assistance and the cooperation of Turkey in order to reduce the number of refugees coming to Europe. And what is new is a new expansionism from Russia. Our influence zones are now meeting in Ukraine, in Moldova, and the wish comes from the two sides to increase our neighborhood. There is another aspect. How many countries are concerned? In the UK case, one single country's problem. Of course, all the others are concerned. If we take the refugee problem, it is concerning involving 1/4 of all the member states. 2 entry countries, Greece and Italy, a few transit countries, Croatia, Slovenia, and Austria, and a few target countries, Germany and Sweden. All the others are leaning back and are not sharing all the depth of the problem. Then the Euro crisis was for core Europe. However, the democracy problem is an expanding problem, because some countries have an illiberal government who are already represented in the European Council, and in the opposition, anti-European forces are coming up in France, in Denmark, in Finland, and several other countries. And last, we could make a distinction between internal and external problems. We are wonderful in the EU to settle self-made internal problems. We create a problem called Euro. We create another problem called the Dublin system. And then we sit together and find a solution. We are in trouble when we have one single external participant, symbolically, like Turkey, or Russia, or Syria. Then we are confused and we are deeply divided. Now, the main question for me is how can we solve problems, with special regard to new problems of the 21st century, with an oldie, a very nice oldie, called EU, coming from the 20th century, from the middle of the 20th century, based on 19th century fundaments. Because the Zollverein, the customs union, comes from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and German unification. The single currency comes from the German mark, which was finally introduced several years after the unification, only in 1909, if I know well. Then we have created a 20th century regional integration, which is unique in its kind, but it's a territorial project involving big, small, and medium-sized members. We have today 6 really big member states in the range of roughly 40 to 80 million people. These are the big. At the same time, we have 7 dwarfs, 1 or 2 million countries. And in between, we have a wide range, 15, between 5 and 20 million, who are regional players but not global players. And we have the attraction of worldwide networks, especially the G20. If the G20 takes a more structured form, our big member states, mainly the 4 who have a seat in the G20, will be attracted more. And then the small should think it twice when they refuse solidarity with the big. We have a wonderful 2-layer, a double-decker governance system where nation states are playing on the international scene in parallel with their creation, the European Union. This is a confusing situation for many third countries. They see at the same time the High Representative, Mrs. Mogherini, in the name of the EU, and all the 28 active diplomacies. Between the two, there is a gray zone. And in that gray zone disappears accountability and transparency. Some high-ranking people are found and nominated to be the head of the commission or commissioners. And the blame game has a playground to shift the responsibility from the capitals to the EU and from the EU to the capitals. In between, you cannot find the real solution. We have to answer to those questions, and we have to remember that there was an EU for all the generations. For the founders, this was the European communities of the post-war reconciliation, which was a wonderful project. Then came another generation with the economic upswing, the golden 60s. A third generation, it's already a third generation, could welcome the unification of Europe. Now we have to find answers to the 4th generation. This is the generation of the actual students who will not buy our nostalgia for the past, but require answers for the present. And we should make a very clear diagnosis of the situation, forgetting all emotional speeches and going down to the roots of the problems. EU is a complicated thing. It's very difficult to explain how it really works in countries like India or the United States or others. Let me finish with one example. A few years ago, one of my friends, a highly experienced diplomat, was asked by the Biden president of Afghanistan to explain him how the EU works. And he was thinking a bit. He considered the knowledge and experience of that president, and he said, "Sir, could you imagine 27 tribes, each speaking a different language, each having different traditions, and they decide to form an empire together?" And he said, "Now I understand your problem." So this is the EU. Thank you.
I would like to introduce our final panelist for the night before we start our question and answers part. Ivan Vejvoda.
Thank you very much, and it's really terrific to be here with all of you and with my distinguished colleagues here and to have listened to all the students and their speeches, beginning with Maria. It was really riveting to be part of that story. So in that vein, I will also begin with the European story because I think it informs the answer to what is the future of Europe. I'm a social scientist. I used to teach political science, and I come from a country that no longer exists in Europe, called Yugoslavia. I was born into it after World War II, in this generation that grew up in a Europe that was coming together. This was, of course, a country that fell in between the Iron Curtain and the West. It was somewhat more of an open country because it had the courage to stand up to Joseph Stalin and to the threats of the Soviet Union. And my generation was brought up in the same spirit as all other Europeans that we were, that war must never happen again in Europe, that the Holocaust should never happen again. We were taught the history, we read the books, we saw the movies, we went to the camps. And my belief was that this lesson had been learned, not only throughout Europe, but in my country. And when the wall fell, in the euphoria, I thought that finally my country would become democratic, like other countries did. And I fought for that already under communism, for greater freedoms and rights. I didn't stick my neck out too far. I didn't land in jail, but I was a committed Democrat. And we formed various movements. I created something called the Democratic Forum in 89 with a lot of friends. But to make a long story short, history came back with a huge vengeance. And this was a big lesson for me, both as an individual, as a European, as a human being, and as a social scientist. And that one can never be careful and vigilant enough because history, in its evil forms, lurks behind us. And that is what I think we are confronted with today in Europe, with the rise of right and left-wing populisms, with this renationalization, with this self-absorption with oneself, with the turning away from the other, as Calypso so eloquently spoke about. The Emmanuel Levinas wrote this lovely book about understanding the other, l'humanisme de l'autre. And so I saw the crumbling of a country which was mine into 7 countries, as Petar Balaš said. Slovenia and Croatia were 2 of these that he mentioned in the group, along with the Baltic countries and the Czech and Slovak Republic. And it is not something I would wish on anyone to see the disappearance of her or his country. It is a traumatic experience. And we live with, as a writer said, an open fracture of the soul. Nobody can see it, you can't see it, but I feel it. That loss of a community that existed, that was wonderful because it was multicultural, but it disappeared very simply because it was not democratic. And we must understand that democracy is fragile. That is something that I would like to impress upon you. Democracy is reinvented every day. If we don't nurture democracy, it will disappear, especially in times of crisis like this, as happened in Germany during the Weimar Republic, just to name one example. The other is, and I take this to I introduced the fact that the crisis that we're living is a crisis that is global in the West, nurtured by the economic crisis, the rising inequality, the loss of certainty, and we see very similar phenomena both in Europe and the United States. There's, as is said here by the pundits and analysts, anger and fear in the communities. People do not understand why political elites are not delivering on the basic thing. The basic thing are jobs and certainty. This is the case in Europe. This is why Europe is confronting a crisis. It is not endogenous, it is in a certain sense, but it is in the way that I want to describe it to you, global. What is the future in the Western world? Will we have economic growth? There's constantly in the papers, you know, growth a little better, growth a little worse. But it's weak growth, let's face it. The growth is still in China, although it's teetering also. And as the joke says it, you know, is the future of Europe that we will be the Venice of the world? You know, will people come to Europe to see how wonderful life was as we go to Venice? these days. Not unlikely. And then you add on top of that the prospect of the loss of physical jobs to robotization and digitalization. I mean, the official statistics in Europe are that 55% of jobs today can be given out to machines or to computers. What will people work? What will be life? And these are very concrete questions. So you have the results in opinion polls, both in the US and in Europe. Parents are asked, and they say, well, for the first time, they're saying our children will not live better than we will. And this is a humongous change in the outlook to the future. This is what worries people. This is why you have those right-wing movements. You add on top of that the migration crisis, which I agree with my co-panelists, is probably going to be with us for a very long time, and that could be a make or break if the wave continues. And then obviously we have the reassertiveness of Russia. The question is it because it's a weak Russia or because it's a strong Russia or something in between? But definitely it's about President Putin being on a power retention policy. This is the way he fears the people. And there is people power out there. Somebody mentioned the French Revolution. Let's not forget, this is what the president is afraid of, and this is what's happening in Europe itself today. And thus, it's also a question of leadership. And the post-Second World War leadership, Brandt was mentioned, others, were the ones who understood why we needed a European Union. The European Union is, as the cliche goes, the most successful peace project that we have probably ever seen. But it has a very simple reason. It is to avoid war. Many have forgotten that that is the reason. And the way that it was constructed, the architecture, is institutions that are shock absorbers in conflictual situations. So that if you have an earthquake scale 9 in social and political terms, these institutions can absorb that shock and not have the building collapse. Europe has muddled through until now, and my belief is that it will muddle through, as was described by Uwe and Carl and Peter in some ways here. I think that the perfect storm that we are confronting, because we haven't had as big a challenge in Europe as we have today, is one that is being addressed in a piecemeal fashion. There is not enough common understanding of the threat that we face. And I use the Weimar metaphor here in that regard. Somebody has warned, that we could have a Europe with a President Le Pen, with a Pegida president in Germany or whatever, or a Trump in the US. Who knows, where that goes. But it behooves us, older, middle-aged, and yourselves, to be aware of the slippery slope of the disintegrative tendencies that we are confronting today in numerous countries. The fact that there is what we call the renationalization, the fact that people are turning inwards for understandable reasons, because it is about uncertainty about tomorrow. And when there is uncertainty, and I saw this in the former Yugoslavia, people huddle around identity, people huddle around their own flag, people huddle around self-guarding themselves for what they perceive the other as the danger. And politicians can very easily whip up the worst emotions in people if they feel unsafe about the future. And that is the evil of history. Paul Ricoeur, a political philosopher, spoke about the specific evil of politics and the specific rationality of politics. Politicians can lead countries in a rational way. They can lead them like a Hitler or a Mussolini or a populist leader, offering snake oil solutions, the very simple ones. Let's just gather together and everything will be okay. That is unfortunately very attractive. Or as Ernst Bloch says, it's the hot and cold ideas. Democracy is a rather cold idea. You can't sort of whip up emotions on institutions, rule of law, human rights. But you can on I'm a Serb and I hate a Croat, or vice versa. And this is what happens in these conflicts, and we are seeing some of that again in Europe by these images, of Angela Merkel as a Hitler, or vice versa as Greeks as being lazy. Let's not forget that these prejudices, these simple images, can only be furthermore destructive. And I would say, as a criticism to the German leadership, they didn't understand that there's a mutualization of risk in Europe. And so when so-called Europe, the richer Europe, bails out Greece, what it's in fact doing, to a large extent, it's bailing out German and French banks who actually gave loans to Greece. And it's dishonest of politicians not to mention that as they engage in these kinds of activities. So lack of leadership. We have leaders who have grown up in a peaceful Europe where that loss of the memory of war, unfortunately, is there. And why is Merkel the leader that appears? Because she grew up under communism, and she knows, so she is someone who has felt what authoritarian rule is. And, whether you agree with her on the decisions that she made, she shows that stamina of someone who understands what Europe is about. I will conclude on two thoughts, because I used to teach political philosophy and theory, so, once a professor, you don't lose that. One quote is from Isaiah Berlin, which I think is one of the most simplest definitions of what a good government or a responsible government is. He said, it is to avoid the extremes of suffering. And I lived under a leader called Milosevic who dragged us into the extremes of suffering. I hope that we will find leaders in Europe who will actually avoid that. The other is the more ancient of Niccolò Machiavelli, who said that, the world in politics is between fortuna and virtù. And we can twist fortuna if our virtù is stronger. So I hope that we find it in ourselves, and you, in your generation, you will find solutions to all this. I am confident that we will find those solutions, but we need to wake up every day and realize that the danger is there, right behind us, right behind the next corner. And if we're not aware of that, then that evil will come back. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to present Professor Bruce Hitchner for some concluding remarks.
My distinguished colleagues on this evening's panel have offered many thoughtful and challenging insights on the journey of Europe and the European Union over the last century and where that journey has led. Their vocabulary has revealed all too plainly the challenges of Europe. Words such as other regarding, global change, systemic crisis, giants and dwarfs, accountability, transparency, and revitalization, and disintegrative tendencies. Their remarks echo profoundly the theme of this symposium, the last to be organized under Sherman Teichmann's truly remarkable and innovative leadership as the founding director of the Institute for Global Leadership. Thank you, Sherman, for what you've given us. If this is indeed a new age of anxiety, it is right to ask how it has become so, and whether our perspectives in posing this question are sufficiently all-encompassing, as we have observed this evening, to answer it effectively. Put succinctly, does a longer-term historical perspective matter in thinking about the present and future of Europe? As a historian and archaeologist, and someone who has been actively engaged in Southwest Europe, I think it does. It is not, to be sure, short-sighted to focus on recent events and trends, but the immediacy of a short-term perspective can sometimes render our interpretive vision of the present and what it portends for the future myopic and even cloying in its effect. With this in mind, I'd like to cast a wider lens over European history, and in particular on two long-term forces which I have shaped, among others, the present and future of Europe. Since prehistory, but certainly within the last 2 millennia, Europe or more precisely, Western Asia, Eurasia, has been subjected to two major forces, one external or exogenous, the other internal or endogenous, which have at particular moments collided dynamically with each other. One of those moments is now at hand. The exogenous or internal force has been the pattern of human movement and migration into Eurasia, Western Eurasia. We often think of Europe as the instigator of expansionism and empire beyond its borders. But humans have always been moving from Africa and Asia into Europe, beginning with Homo sapiens in deep prehistory, followed by Indo-Europeans, the so-called Celtic and Germanic peoples in deep antiquity, the Slavs, Arabs, and Berbers, Magyars, Mongols, and Turks in the medieval and early modern periods, and most recently, as a consequence of decolonization and the wars in Syria and Iraq from North Africa and the Middle East. Large population movements into Europe, whatever their cause, have been a periodic fact of European history. In almost every instance, Europe, that is, those already living in the space of Europe, have had to absorb, accommodate, or even give way in some instances to these new populations and their cultures in one form or another. And in every case, apart from occasional instances of outright extermination of migrants or locals, Europe's many cultures and societies ultimately flourished on many levels from this interaction. This was certainly the case in antiquity with the spread of Near Eastern Egyptian and Greek influences carried by colonists and traders into the West, and later Roman culture into Northern Europe. It happened again with the Romano-German kingdoms of Europe, the spread of Islamic culture into Spain and Sicily, and once more with the Ottoman Turks in southeastern Europe, among others. Looking, therefore, across the path, it seems reasonable to assert that human movement into Europe will always be part of its future, and that the story of that future will only be understandable in terms of how Europeans manage the populations and cultures that come with that movement. The management of that reality depends to a very large degree on how Europe controls the second endogenous or internal force that has informed its history, the perennial competition over how those living in the European space might govern themselves. The limits of resources, technology, including transport and communication, and the peculiar reality of a Europe divided geographically into two parts. There are other divisions, to be sure. One dominated by a great sea and a desert, which warms it to the south, and another colder northern landmass comprising great plains and massifs have together contributed to a segmented and varied system of polities. The pattern of a unified European polity has been, in truth, more rare and has most often occurred when political entities in the heart of Eurasia, whether the Italic-centered Roman world in the south or the Franco-German empires or in states in the north, have been able to garner sufficient resources to establish an hegemony over the peripheries. Britain, I should contrast to, I think, what Gwyneth said, was never able to engage in this process, for example, until it acquired massive new real estate in the Atlantic world. But even if episodic, these unifying epochs provided a degree of human flourishing and stability that proved alluring, and in retrospect, after their passing, an ideal and discourse that seemed perennially worthy of pursuit, despite the fact that attempts at unification often failed catastrophically, as witnessed in the 20th century. The European Union is but the latest manifestation of this perspective at work. This does not mean, and in conclusion, that European unity should be imagined as an undesirable and ultimately elusive aspiration. Rather, it means, I believe, that the objective of unification, when valued as a laudable ideal, must of necessity incorporate and accommodate the realities of segmentation if it is to succeed. Unification has its merits in its promotion of a more secure and freer movement of peoples, ideas, goods, and services, and in the uniform legal and ethical framework it promotes to govern these processes. It fails when it tries to extend its engagement in both spheres too deeply into the regional and local realities of Europe. It likewise fails and becomes more fortress-like when it attempts to build hard obstructions to the external human forces which perennially act on it. To sum up, there has been no historic or any future possibility of flight from these two forces acting on Europe. There is only the possibility of resistance or accommodation to them. An atomized, closed Europe has no better future than its overly centralized, dirigiste Europe. The main hope for Europe's future must be located in the middle ground where both forces confront and engage with one another. Thank you.
I wanted to thank our speakers again for such wonderful insights. We would like to now open up the session to questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please line up next to the two microphones. Please try and keep them concise and directed at particularly one person on the panel. And we will then conclude the night by presenting the John Mayer Awards.
Hello, speakers. Thank you for riveting presentations. My question is to the, well, let me direct it to Uwe Kitzinger, please. You raised the issue.
Oh, sorry,
you raised the issue of migrations and movements of people as the issue for our generation. When I think of the relationship of the North American landmass to Europe, I think of one of progeny, and I conceive of an image of a child whose day it has come to help the parent in dire circumstances. Now, how do we conceive of a duty in the North American landmass in Canada and in the United States as a member and a progeny of Western civilization, which was born in Europe, to come back to the mainland, to come back to the heart, and to facilitate the resolution of this great problem of the migration of peoples? What is the role, and how do we reconceptualize the unity in Western civilization so that this landmass indeed has a function to play in resolving that problem? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. I think that is precisely the question that your generation will have to face. I'm not sure I have much more to say, because this really is a crucial question which I was trying to get you to raise. Carl.
I'd like to add one comment. The Atlantic area is the only area, large area in the world where war is reliably excluded as a means to resolve a conflict. It's a peace area. It's phenomenal. A bloody century produced this amazing result. And I think that is the most important task for the next generation, to preserve that in a world of instability. This is an area of peace. The democracies have peace with each other. And to preserve that in a cooperative mood, I think that is the most important task ahead.
We'll now take a question over there. I would just like to remind the audience to limit yourselves to a question and also introduce yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ziwen from Peking University. My question goes to Dr. Kitzinger and Dr. Kaiser. I completely agree that farsightedness in the European integration is very important. However, it seems that the political parties that address the immediate needs of the people are more likely to win elections, and thus, like the far-sightedness that you have addressed just now cannot be realized, like or be put into reality in like real politics. So, do you see this as a systematic obstacle for further integration of Europe? And if it is, how can it be solved on a European level? Thank you.
I don't see it as a further obstacle to the integration of Europe. Jean Monnet was quoted earlier saying every crisis is an opportunity. It's going to force people to reach deeper agreements. And if we fail, it could be disastrous. There is a problem about a democracy which falls into populism. You have heard some populism of a refined kind this evening over the internet. It can sound very seductive. I think in the end, Europeans have faced enough crises, and we have had, over the past 70 years, certainly from the previous generation of statesmen, enough insight and support that we will endure, and we will, somebody said, muddle through. Yes, but that is what politics is about. Politics is the art of getting sufficient agreement to continue to live with each other.
We'll now take a question on the left. Thank you.
Good evening. Cindy Chan from Vesalius College, Brussels, coming from Germany, and regarding myself as proud European. I pose my question to Dr. Nikolaidis. I found your speech very inspiring. I thank you for that. And I also like especially the aspect of empathy, because it's the human aspect behind that. Also because I think that we as the new generation have the pressure of remaining the peace and also providing better perspectives. So as students here and maybe future European leaders, it would be interesting to hear from you how empathy can be taught in academia.
Well, I'd like to turn to Inge Hoffmann, because I think she would have a lot to say about that. And indeed, it's a fundamental question for our role as educators. And not only that, you teach it to each other. But the exercise of putting yourself in the shoes of others, you do all the time in a classroom. It's first of all about teaching students to listen to each other. It's about teaching the projection into other people's interest, to projecting yourself in, well, why do the Germans feel that way? Why do the French feel that way? Why do the Brazilians feel that way? And to teach courses where you literally internalize the perceptions from the rest of the world. So bring in the classroom, for instance, if you teach the European Union, perceptions from, many of you come from countries other than the EU. Very often, they're not taken into account. So partly that's what we need to do, always internalize the gaze of the other. I also think that Europeans are mistaken when they try to teach European history to rewrite it as if there was one big history. Ivan spoke beautifully about his lost country of Yugoslavia, and I'm sure he's aware of history projects that are much better than that, where you show in textbooks, this is the point of view of this community, of this tribe, of Croats or Serb or other divides, and to confront them with each other, not to try to kind of meld them into one. There are similar projects between Poland and Germany, France and Germany. Increasingly, we're learning that we need to rethink the mutual recognition of our histories. So there would be many other, but this is really the spirit. Hopefully, you all and everyone else will invent better and better ways to do this.
I'd just like to add something to I thought that your comments earlier this evening on empathy were excellent. And I would like to add to that and suggest that to some degree, when we think of the European perspective, I think also of altruism. It is something that is, if we talk about a sense of a European community, part of the role of being part of this community is the sense that we all agree to give something at the cost, each of us at a cost, for something larger and greater, a larger and greater good. And sometimes in the populism, in the return of nationalism, this European sense of altruism is being lost and not even being, how should I say, mentioned or thought of or spoken of. But altruism has been defined, what evolutionary biologists call parochial altruism, has been central to the survival of all entities, communities in history. And it should no less be recognized as part of the European project. And that, I think, is being forgotten today.
Can I just give one example, though, where we need to exercise our empathy sometimes beyond our immediate instinct? It is in our reaction to Mr. Prince's presentation tonight. You'll find, I think many of you were, puzzled, intrigued. We may have a knee-jerk, since this is a very Europhile panel, there's a lot of idealism. So our knee-jerk reaction is kind of to dismiss him. And indeed, he says some pretty ludicrous stuff. But empathy in political conversation has to be about recognizing a lot of what he says, even if not the tone, but what he says is often right. That there is an attitude in Brussels, for instance, which is very missionary, and which has a tendency to say, like Brecht did about the people, if you don't like what the people vote, re-elect the people. Yeah, it's a very Brussels thing to do. So we need to engage with these viewpoints and understand them. This is why I try so hard to understand Europe, an ideal Europe, as a third way, as one which understands these concerns when they're not extreme, and which they're shared by many people in Europe who want control over their life, and who try to find some third way between that and extreme Europhile missionaries who try to impose their solution. There is an in-between, we've said it many times, but it's also in the empathy of the political discussion that you find it.
Calypso, you're going to get your wish. There it is.
Before moving on to questions, we want to move the conversation back to Dr. Gwithiam Prince, who's with us.
Wait, it's been still on.
Huh?
You didn't realize it.
Let him come back to us.
Oh.
Can you call him back?
He's not asleep yet?
I'd love to hear more.
Thank you. I was prompted by the young lady's comment, which was welcome. And I'm going to have to go to bed in a minute because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. But I just wanted, if I might, to address a couple of points made by Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Kissinger in response to what I said. But I must preface it, I must say, by regretting the lapse of good manners. And if I may say, the departure from the ethic rules of mutual respect with those whom you don't agree with. I found that disappointing. I think it's a general rule that you should not play the man, but play the ball. And when people play the man rather than the ball, I always think that's a sign of weakness. So if I could turn to the ball, on Mr. Kaiser's points, two of them, The Gorbachev description, which he found so astonishing, I quoted it deliberately because I think Mr. Gorbachev had good reason to raise this comparison between the organization which had just failed that he ran and the one that he was looking at in Western Europe, to which you gentlemen are so attached, I fully understand. And the point I was trying to underline for you is that, as the young lady has just indicated, there is a failure to recognize what I, in my remarks, called Rousseau's test. There is a catastrophic lack of legitimacy. And quite honestly, for Mr. Kaiser to hope, I admire the hope, but I think it's a vain one, that we can somehow recover the respect of people when the Greek people were treated as they were, dismissively, when on the 5th of July, by a substantial margin in a referendum, they made a decision which the rest of the European elite simply didn't like and disposed of. It is, I'm afraid now, as the young lady was indicating, a passage of behavior. We see referenda which don't produce the right result of change. So please, as the East German saying went, let's change the people. And this is not healthy. The notion on the second point that Mr. Kaiser raised, that the Brandt multi-speed vision might still have a future, I'm sorry to say, has been now comprehensively excised in the texts. You only have to look at the agreement made with Mr. Cameron this evening to see that there is no toleration for multi-speed or for different directions. There is an explicit clause in this evening's agreement, which I'm sure is going to be much discussed in Britain and will create very considerable irritation, in which the British are told effectively that they will never be allowed to raise any of their different issues in the context of future treaty negotiations. So that is a really severe problem. And what I was trying to point out to you, and I'm grateful to the young lady for recognizing it, is that although you might find it uncomfortable to hear, I confined my remarks very carefully to historical facts and to current evidence. I didn't offer opinion. And so, really, I would ask you, the audience really, rather than the panel, take from this a very epic experience, because what you're hearing are people looking at the same phenomenon and seeing quite systematically different aspects of it, obviously very sincerely from their different points of view. Mr. Kissinger raises, quite rightly, the difference historically between the turmoil that he remembers and the turmoil from which my own late father escaped, having helped create the Dutch resistance and then escaping on the last boat to cross the North Sea after the German invasion of his country. Which is why I find the remarks about me as a little Englander slightly amusing. The turmoil is, of course, different, but the worry, Mr. Kissinger, is that the institution to which you have nobly devoted your life is now creating, as Donald Tusk said last summer, it's creating, not intentionally, but by the way it behaves, by this autocratic, high-handed manner, alienation, not just among the desperate people of Southern Europe who are the victims of the mayhem created by the euro, but perhaps more worryingly, this rise of neo-fascism now combining with a rising communism, which we see in much of Northern and Northeastern Europe. This is a sign of a fundamental failure to meet the test that Rousseau set. And that is why I would honestly suggest to you that you should contemplate the possibility that just in the same way that the Soviet Union died because nobody believed it in anymore, there is a very real possibility that whilst it was heroic in its origins, this particular phase of European history also is coming to its end. It's coming to its end, not because of me or anybody commentating, but because of the people. People are no longer there. The European Union is a castle, the flag is flying, the table is laid, the windows are open, but the people aren't there anymore.
It's not true. Simply not true.
And I'm afraid that we just disagree on that, and of course we will see in our own country very soon what the people think.
Well, we'll see. I mean, all of Europe will watch. And of course, Britain may do itself enormous damage. You're free to do so. But I'm in total disagreement. This is multi-speed Europe, what has happened last night, as it has happened before. Britain has a special treatment. Other countries have special treatment.
Well, unfortunately,
That's what's happening. That's what's happening. And I think it's wise. We want to keep Britain in. That's the overwhelming majority of the Europeans want to keep Britain in for a number of reasons. And I only hope you will remain the minority in the end when you vote. But the rest of Europe is meeting people like you by giving you special treatment, by releasing you from certain obligations that the rest of us will assume. And we hope that that will do the trick and keep you in.
The difficulty is, of course, that in the formal language, it isn't special treatment, because what the British require is the return of sovereign power to the Queen in Parliament. That was what was given up in 1972.
Sure.
And you will find that that is an issue that resonates much more than any discussions about little aspects of social legislation. It's a very fundamental question about identity. I think that's what this referendum will turn on. And you will see that in many other countries in Europe, the same issue is rising.
For the sake of moving the conversation along, I think we're going to open up.
Well, because I'm now going to go to bed.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Yeah, what a phantom. What a phantom
So,
to chase.
could the audience please ask their question in unison? We'll be starting there, direct it to a panelist, and then we'll try to answer as many as possible all together.
Oh, it's hard to ask a question to Dr. Kaiser after this feisty pas de deux between the two of them, but Dr. Kaiser, would you agree with Professor Habermas that for the European Union to succeed, it should change the base of institutions that it has from a national sovereignty basis to a more people sovereignty basis so that it doesn't become post-democratic?
We're going to move on to the next questions, and then they'll answer. Yes.
Hi, Jed Schwartz from Somerville, a writer. I guess I'll ask Dr. Kaiser. I would have asked Dr. Prins, but apparently he's signed off. So, but I noticed that all of the panel has followed the pattern of American media in ignoring the role of climate in the migration crisis. This is the UN has not ignored it and has said that the climate science is and will cause a.
Could you please ask your question?
Yes. Why? I mean, would you be willing to integrate changes in climate emissions policies into the equation? Because as far as all of you are concerned, including Dr. Prins, that's not part of the discussion. And I
thank you very much.
That's you know.
Thank you. One last question, and then we'll move to the answers.
Yes. Hi, I'm Carl from the University of Southern Denmark, and this may be a little disproportionate, but my question is also to Dr. Kaiser. You mentioned, and this is not so much about the EU, but you mentioned at the end of your speech that, if I understood you correctly, we can no longer await so passively when conflicts breaks out in the rest of the world and states fail, and that we should intervene to a higher extent. So, which intervention conducted by the European powers or NATO do you see as the one successful intervention that should form the model for future interventions? Because our interventions in Afghanistan and Libya did not seem to be that very great successes, in my opinion.
I'll be very brief on each. I do not agree with Habermas that only a people's democracy will do it. It would create such chaos in doing it. You can only move by slowly building a European structure on the state structure and strengthening the democratic element. You cannot do without the governments, without the established ancient structures slowly growing together. But of course, one has to strengthen the democratic fracture, which is happening. The European Parliament of today is very different from the European Parliament of, say, 15, 20 years ago. It has real powers. You could argue not enough, but it's growing. But you see, at the same time, you have the trend for, you've heard it, more sovereignty back to the nations. So it's a struggle that is happening. And the Habermas project is so radical, it won't work, in my opinion. And what Mr. Schulz said, yes, of course, a climate policy, meaning here as well as in the third world, must be part of a policy to reduce refugees. That's obvious. But it must be much more radical, much more substantial, with much more transfer and with much more renunciation of wealth up here in the north. And finally, well, that's an extremely complicated question, which intervention works. Some work and some don't. You could argue that if you take the case, let's take an ongoing case of Syria. I think Obama made a mistake, drawing a red line and then withdrawing from it, when the case that he was quoted as the possible reason for an intervention did actually occur, use of chemical weapons. This will happen occasionally. Occasionally, of course, as we've seen, the Iraq intervention was a disaster in the end. It was made on the pretense of the existence of weapons of mass destruction, which didn't exist. And it was an utter disaster, and we are still suffering from it. But there will be cases, and I would still argue even in the Libyan cases. The Libyan case, the intervention prevented a genocide. It didn't work out, but nobody could know at the beginning. Does that mean that you do not stop a genocide? I don't think so. Things can go wrong. Nobody can predict the future. But there will be cases where there is a case for intervention. One has to be extremely cautious. But what I mean is the major instrument is not intervention. The major instrument is massive transfer to help the victims of repression not come, but stay under human conditions that are acceptable.
Thank you. We're going to follow the same format, starting with questions over there.
Hi, thank you. My name is Linda Slapakova. I come from Czech Republic, but I'm here from Vesalius College in Brussels, and my question goes to Mr. Vejvoda. You said previously a very interesting thing. You said that Ms. Merkel is the leader she is because she comes from the formerly communist Europe. So I'd then like to ask you to comment on the reaction from the Central European states that has been clearly on the complete other spectrum from Mr. Merkel in relation to the refugee crisis. If you could comment a little bit.
Next question, and then we'll...
Hello, my name is LT. I'm a sophomore here studying international relations. Dr. Kitzinger and Dr. Kaiser both mentioned that many of Europe's problems are external and may require intervention to some extent. And my question is two-pronged. One, to what extent are these problems created or a response to the neoliberal economic policies of the EU and the interventionist policies it's followed? And second, if these problems do require some form of intervention, what form should that take outside of just using military to get rid of troublesome or disruptive leaders or forces? Thank you.
Thanks very much for that question, and you're right to pose it because there is obviously a difference. Peter Balas mentioned the big countries, the small countries, and the ones in between. I was alluding to Merkel as a leader of one of the big Western countries, which we don't see in any of the others, in France or Great Britain or Italy, although we could discuss the merits of the different styles of leadership. The new member states, or as they've been called, are of a different nature and degree, given that they were communist countries. The Eastern Germany, as you know, was integrated into the unified Germany at huge expense. I mean, the billions and trillions of German marks and then euros that went into that helped really the first transition, post-communist transition. And yet we see, because of the differences in the cultures that occurred during the 45 years of communism, still there are these difficulties in integration. And when you go to Germany, I always notice how they say, well, he or she is from the East. It's interesting how that division remains in people's minds when they're describing even innocuous things. The communist countries have this legacy. They have been recipients of massive transfers of monies since they joined in 2004 or 2007. And today they are confronted with this migration crisis. And again, whether it's Viktor Orban or Robert Fico in Slovakia, or now, Kaczynski in Poland again, and the Poles went through this once again, I think this shows that all these things take very much time. And they are, even though, as you know from the Czech Republic, I mean, there are very many Vietnamese that live there and others. So it's not that these countries are totally mono-ethnic, although there is, as you followed this issue of a purely Christian, so-called Christian country, and the Poles have been very vociferous about that. And so the problem that Europe has is now this East-West divide, and the Visegrad Group just the other day suggested that they help Macedonia build a wall so that they don't have to deal with this. I think this is one of the major contentious issues that is now driving a wedge in between the member states. I don't know how this will be resolved, but what I can tell you, living in Washington and witnessing the arrival every year of 4 political directors of Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary, when they present themselves, they present a unified position. So it's interesting to see what's domestic use and that's what's use to this other side. I would add that all of these countries are holding strong on the sanctions to Russia, notwithstanding, again, what Viktor Orban is saying on, and the reason that Chancellor Merkel traveled to Budapest, to Budapest, was to hold that basic geostrategic, geopolitical line. You will also hear from NATO people at the summits that, Orban doesn't contest the policies of NATO. But that's one thing, and then the other thing is the way you retain power with populist politics or pander to the Russians because you want a better deal on energy, for example. I'd just like to add 2 very brief points on 2 points that were made on the transatlantic arena. I think this is the indispensable partnership for an international liberal rule-based order. We consider and forget how essential that relationship is to the future of Europe, but I would say to the future of the United States. It's a bit like the air we breathe. It's only when somebody cuts off the oxygen supply that you realize how dependent you are on the air. The same goes for the transatlantic relationship. And I would thus add that the negotiation on a transatlantic trade and investment partnership, TTIP, is essential for the future of that indispensable relationship. Many not easy things, from chlorine chicken to French movies in the US to you name it. And the fact that in Berlin there were 150,000 people walking against TTIP is, of course, a worrying sign. But that does not mean that, again, leadership is needed to explain to people why even a somewhat watered-down TTIP is essential not only to the broader market for the goods, but also for the security in this world that is so endangered. And just to add a third concept, along with empathy and altruism, is solidarity that we have. It's part of a triangle where preserving the public good that Europe has created is crucial if we want to look at that future.
Yeah. Very good. Very much in agreement with that, too. I think when we look at what we have to do, we have to look at the refugee crisis as the precursor of a global crisis that is coming. We are trying to help them with the traditional means. They're insufficient. I would argue we need a paradigm change. And if we think by spending 0.5% of GNB to feed some of these people down there, we are wrong. They will come unless there will be a massive change of policy, which means a massive transfer of resources, a massive renunciation of things we have, also in view of the coming climate change, which will accelerate that crisis. And that is not only a transfer of resources, but a kind of help as we haven't done it in the past. So it means a revolution of our development policy, and it also a revolution of the way we get involved and help these countries to solve their problems so that they don't go north and destabilize eventually the receiving countries, which of course they don't want either. So in order to get to a win-win situation, you have to change policy very radically.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we can all agree it's been a privilege to hear our speakers and panelists tonight. I would like to invite my colleague Seth Gray to come up to the podium to present the Jean Mayer Awards. And then we will finalize the night. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Seth Gray. I'm a senior here at Tufts and a student in the 2016 EPIIC class. Tonight, I will be presenting the Dr. Jean Mayer Global Citizenship Award to 3 remarkable people who have been instrumental, active, and discerning in the worlds of policy and intellect in Europe, and who have also had the direct association with Stanley Hoffmann. It just so happens that tonight would be Jean Mayer's 96th birthday. So while we are honoring Stanley this evening, we are, in some sense, also honoring Jean. Before I present the awards, I just want to clarify again that we have provided thorough backgrounds of these individuals in your program. In the interest of time, feel free to refer to them on your own. That said, it is my pleasure and privilege to present Mr. Uwe Kitzinger, the Dr. Jean Mayer Global Citizenship Award, in recognition of your stellar scholarship, superb academic governance, and decisive policy impact, and your distinguished lifetime dedicated to skewering shibboleths and alleviating human suffering. It is an honor to have him here with us tonight, so please join me in giving him a warm and deserved reception.
Oh, sorry. The whole world in his hands. Uwe is a very special guy.
What he likes.
It wasn't mentioned that Uwe is a stalwart member of our board, and he once occupied the president's office on our behalf.
22 years ago.
22 years ago. It's been a long-standing, loving relationship. So here we go.
The second recipient of the Dr. Jean Mayer Global Citizenship Award is Dr. Karl Kaiser. In recognition of your integrity, distinguished scholarship, intellectual prowess, and tireless dedication to transatlantic and East-West relations and global security.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
The third and final recipient of the Dr. Jean Mayer Global Citizenship Award is the Honorable Peter Balash. In recognition of your integrity and valor as foreign minister, encouraging respect for humanistic values and rule of law, and fighting against discrimination. Please join me in giving Mr. Balash a warm round of applause.
I might say as well that Peter comes as a representative of John Shattuck, who is the president of the Central European University. Ambassador Shattuck is a very close friend on our board and recommended Peter as his envoy and in his own right. And Ambassador Shattuck was the first person on the scene at the massacre of Srebrenica on behalf of the U.S. government when he was the Undersecretary of State for Human Rights, Labor, and Organization. Ambassador Shattuck is just an extraordinary human being, and it's an honor to be in your presence in this regard as well. So thank you.
A brief note before we close the evening. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for our panel on integrating the other. I would like to thank you again all for coming tonight. It's been a very special evening, and I hope to see you tonight. Shao? Yes? Okay.
I beg your pardon. Yes,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sherman. Thank you all. Thank you for staying here. Hope you are not tired of surprises this evening. We already have these amazing speakers that are to be with us tonight, and we are really happy and honored to announce that a great number of the panelist speakers that you have made that you have gotten to know of these days on panels, including tomorrow and Sunday's panels, you'll be able to have a chance you'll be able to have a chance to talk with them in a small group discussion in tomorrow's breakout sessions, which will be of two parts, one at 11:30 tomorrow morning and one at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. So if you have signed up for the sessions, please make sure you be there at the discussion tomorrow. And for those who have not signed up for the sessions, we hope that you could annotate us with your choices, because we are going to take management of the number of people on each panel in order to facilitate the small group discussions. Please leave your name at the at the exits. There will be sign-up sheets. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
I don't know.